Ooh. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope everyone is having a lovely morning. It is Sunday morning. Ants in my PC is already here, and he's saying it's an early one, and it is. It is 7 a.m. here. We do have things a little bit different on Sundays. It's in my schedule written down below because, see, our Spotify bot already not working already. Yeah, it certainly is. Let me check StreamerBot real quick. Everything seems connected. It's just a quirk of the system. It looks like it's not going to start off on the good foot this morning. That's okay, though. I can always manually add anything that comes across Spotify. We do have some changes to Heart on Ice. You got it. 100% Heart on Ice. Let us add that in by Red Wave. Rod Wave? By Rod Wave. It is in the queue, my good sir. There we go. Thank you so much for the song request. We're going to be making a few changes to a few, I try every time I come on stream to have some upgrades ready for everyone. Sometimes it's not visible, sometimes it's just working in the background. But we've made some changes to the channel points on Twitch and on Kick. They've been spruced up a little bit. I've started with what I've added to be a little bit more on the expensive side to start with. If it's too expensive, I don't know how quickly channel points get accumulated. It's not really clear to me. I looked at some other streamers and seen where their channel point redeems are, and if things seem too expensive, then I can lower them. But I wanted to start them a little bit on the higher side because we can always reduce it later. After all, we have a lot of fun things happening today. We're going to be online for 8 hours today, just 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the evening, because it is Sunday. We have our giveaway still happening. Let me turn this off since it's not working. We have open song requests. Those I worked very hard on. I thought I'd have it launched this morning, but for whatever reason, the bot did not want to allow me to integrate channel points very easily into it, but so for now, I've simply limited the amount of song requests any individual can put into the cube to 5, at least for now, and then you'll be able to override that with channel points. So in other words, everybody that comes by can play up to 5 songs, anything they want on the playlist. And we already have the playlist, which is incredibly large at 1,226 songs. And so that'll mostly play random. We'll be able to hear more of what people have. Stanislav, how is it going? Thank you so much for unlocking the emote. That's one of the base ones that I left in that Twitch just recommended, and I have. We do have new channel point redeems. I hope they look better. I hope things look a little bit more interesting now. I hope. Spent a decent amount of time over the last week kind of finalizing the ideas for channel points. The only one that's really missing at the moment is the song request item. There will be the ability to move songs into the queue and move up the queue, but just didn't quite get it. Yeah, you do have limes now. Now the channel points are now officially limes. So as you watch, you can earn more limes to spend on the channel. If anyone has any suggestions on anything they would like to see added to the channel points, I'm more than happy to look into adding absolutely anything. Let me fix my YouTube while I'm at it though, because it, as always, is being a little extra. Always a little extra on. Yeah, so right now, let's see, what do we have? Yeah, we've got a lot of things. We now have a first command. Where's my what ups? Oh, it's still there. They're out of order. They're just out of order. I'm just now seeing it. I will reorder everything later, but there's a whole bunch of new stuff added in. You can choose what openings we're playing. Just some very simple things, nothing too complicated. I added some high ones, some low ones, some spammable ones, some not. A lot of the integrations are still being worked out. Still trying to figure everything out. But yeah, it's very. I'm having a lot of fun adding other things, making these small incremental changes to everything day after day. I hope everyone else seems to enjoy those. Are you working, YouTube? Please tell me you are working. So change dashboard. Our Spotify bot is not working. This is why we are migrating over to, and that's now a high priority. It used to be a low priority. Now it's a high priority. Now that we've got the channel points at least up and running, I can make small incremental changes to that as well. Work on that over time. And so while we're doing that, we can make other upgrades and like the Spotify bot, which will become a YouTube bot in a very short period of time. There we go. YouTube is all good now. I do upload shorts every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We will be posting one after stream today. It's ready to go. So that should be out by noon my time. I've got a lot of family and volunteer work that I do on Sundays, and so the normal time is not streamed at. We do that in the mornings and on the evenings, just on Sundays. I hope that is okay with everyone, because that's what the schedule is. We've got a lot of cool things happening this week. We pushed back the saxophone because the person who recommended it, I need a little bit of time to actually practice and polish it off, because I'm not good with the saxophone as it is. And so if I'm going to play it on stream for a very short period of time and hurt everyone's ears, then I at least need to blow a little bit more air through the horn before then. I'm very, self-conscious about playing the saxophone on stream. So I'm gonna have a week on that. I feel like I'm losing my voice because I did a lot of talking last night, because an amazing person came by on the stream who has a goal to start learning the game of chess. Very analytical mind. Decided they wanted to put a YouTube series together where they go from not knowing how to play chess at all to being we talked about this. We set a goal of 1,700 after a year. It's a very hard goal. It's not an impossible goal, but it's a very crazy goal. It's something very hard to do, and so they are gonna map their progress as they go out. We watched them play their very first 2 rated games on chess.com, and that was a lot of fun. It gave me a chance to kind of spread my teaching wings. I do apologize for anyone dropped in last night, because it was probably a little bit different, a little bit more boring to watch, because I didn't quite have the audio, so I doubt you could even hear the person I was coaching. But it was a lot of fun. I had quite a good time. Quite a good time with that. Okay. As far as today is concerned, I got to be honest. I've kind of missed a little bit of the. I didn't have as much time due to the teaching session last night of keeping up with what we were doing. Other than, I know Leviathan. If Leviathan comes by towards the end of stream, either in the morning or in the evening, we will play a little bit of shells, shellshock.io. But other than that, we're just going to play chess, because we're so behind with our chess playing. We really are. I was looking at my shorts and how many I have left and what I have to edit, and the clips I have created and the clips that I can create clips from, or shorts from, is they're getting a little skimpy. So we definitely need to play some Blitz, definitely need to play some Bullet. I'm going to be playing chess as much as we can today, but as always, I would like to start off with our puzzles, because you should do puzzles every day. And let's see here. Let me move on to the proper scene and fix it, because we are just forever fixing our scene for chess.com, because it just is such a temperamental program that it seems like we're always trying to make everything up a little bit. Look pretty good. Look pretty decent, right? I guess we can expand this out just a hair. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay. If you've never done Puzzle Rush with us, especially on the stream before, it's a very simple game where you get an increasing number of points based on the number of puzzles you solve. There's only one right move in any given puzzle and any given move. If you miss that move, then you get a strike for the puzzle, and 3 strikes and you're out. Our stream high has been 59, and we are going to just do this for simple tactics training. Tactics training is a huge part of any chess player's repertoire. You will be doing it your entire chess playing career, whether you realize it or not. The more you neglect it, the worse you will be off. The first few ones we kind of blow through, like just to get into the double digits, and then we'll slow down, and we'll take our time with these. We do spend a little bit of time with our puzzles at the beginning of the stream, but I kind of like that. I mean, it's kind of been kind of a traditional what I do, and it's fun. Don't forget, we do have a giveaway happening. It's exclamation point giveaway. If you would like to join in, we are giving away a $25 Steam gift card at the end of the month on the 31st. There we go. So we've made some changes for everything, and everything I think is just getting a little bit better every time. Sometimes things look like they're taking a small step backwards, but then they just get better as we go. Here, and then the knight finishes the job with everything being covered. Just double checking. Still works. Yes, the knight move was a little bit different, unexpected there. See, this square is covered. I would have liked to have gone there, but instead we can just take the queen, and that works too. These are all covered. Not sure this is necessarily a mating puzzle, but it probably is. This is the most forcing move because it takes away the maximum number of squares, and then the rook comes in on the back rank to finish the job. You have a mate and no. There's a bishop. Mind your long diagonals. Mind those long diagonals because we do have a bishop on a1 that is coming through. Here. Okay. Let's see. This is the only check we have, and it also wins a knight, so it's almost certainly that. This is covered. This is covering the back. We are 19 up, 19 down. If you do want to participate with puzzles, feel free to call it out. And after we do the puzzles, if Stanislav, or Ant, if you would like a game, or anyone else who shows up, let's see, we already did Reckless. We already did Recce. So if Fork manages to pop in, or Heskrit or Leviathan shows up, they are more than welcome to, they have a little bit of priority, because I missed them the last couple times. Yes, Jack Black. Yeah, I could not find a Jack Black voice. I did try. Let's see. This is cut off here. Swedish cookie. All right. I'd like to be able to take this, but yes, and I think I will, because this, here, and then we fork the king and the knight. My voice is going. Interesting. So the king covers this side, so all of this is covered, and this is unstoppable. The rook is just sitting there flailing, unable to get anywhere to help. This covers the dark squares, and then the king goes into its little house, and then gets mated on the back rank by rook e8. No. Okay. It's an interesting one. We'd like to go here, but it's currently covered. So we have to swing over in this tricky move, queen to e1, to find an attack on the king. This is probably going to be a sack where we take and recapture, and then the queen swings in to finish the job at some point. I think there might be a way for the king to try to weasel out of that, but I don't think he's going anywhere. We just sack the rook. Okay, let's be what's called accurate here. The puzzles are always about being precise. You'll hear this word a lot. If you watch a lot of chess streamers, it's all about being precise. So queen here, king here is the only move. And then the rook comes in, takes the bishop. Yeah, it's definitely not here, because after here, we have no more move. There's no check anywhere in the work, so it has to be the queen. Takes. Black to move. All right. Well, we just take the rook, and this forces the king to the other side of the board of his pawn, so we can just clean up and promote. There it is. The end games are always about king positioning. Usually, your king is usually the most active piece in a pawn king endgame, obviously. And if he's on the other side of the board, there's not anything you can do about it. I hope everyone is having an amazing Sunday, by the way. I hope you have an amazing weekend. Still a little bit of the weekend left. I don't know if you're just out there having a good time, or if you're studying, or if you're working, but wherever you are and whatever you're doing on this Sunday, whatever you did on this weekend, I hope you did it uh, very well and that you're just enjoying the last gasp of the weekend. We have King has no squares, like everything's covered. Don't see any easy way to finish the job here, though. It's like, where's the knockout blow? We can throw in this check. The king is forced to take, but then I don't see. Oh, this is. Oh, okay, this is fun. So we have this very long diagonal here we can go in, or maybe it is rook to d1 after we sack. So yeah, that's what it is. The rook takes, and because the king has no squares, he's forced to recapture, and then our other knight rolls in. The queen needs to stay back here, actually, to cover the back rank, and then once we have this pesky pawn out of the way, the queen on h8 will finish the job. We have a bishop hanging with a pawn, but we also have a bishop attacking our queen at the same time. That can't stand, so we have to do something about that. How do we deal with both threats at the same time? Are attacking the bishop and they're attacking of our queen. We do have this check we could throw in and then take. So we just move our queen to safety with check, so they can't do anything. They can't move the knight, and then we just take the bishop. So they can't move the bishop, and then we just take it. Make sure you take the queen first, so you don't lose your queen, and then win the bishop. We're moving this way, and we're playing as black. We have this check. It's almost certainly going to be the move, because after rook takes rook, the king is going to be forced to either say, oh, okay, you get to keep your rook and I'll lose the game, or I take the rook and then I lose the game because the pawn just races in front of the king. This is my favorite mating pattern. If anybody watches me or has played puzzles in the channel before, they'll know this is my favorite mating pattern. The knight and the queen are coordinating on the g8 square, so the queen comes in and is forced to take the rook because the king can't. And then you have this amazing little bunker that the king has been put in. It's called a smother mate because the king is smothered, can't move, can't even make an illegal move. And then you swing the rook over to finish the job. This is a skater mate. People are aware of the skater mate. You just force the king behind his pawns, and then you just force a back rank checkmate. Okay, it's not quite a skater because I thought it was here. But our rook on the back rack is actually pinned. It can't be moved. And so rather than going directly onto f8, we have to sidestep and go on to e8, blocking the knight. The knight blocks, but then is taken, and we win. I'm feeling pretty good this morning. A little tired. I didn't get as much sleep as I would have liked to have gotten last night, only because we had so much fun last night. We had we had an amazing opportunity to play some chess, play some puzzles, then work with Charlie to start him off on the best foot for his chess career, and then we did some reviews. Mostly we reviewed a game by Suzuya. Ants, were you here last night? Was it Ants' game? Ah, I'm so bad. Cannot remember Chaos. No, it was Chaos. Chaos, we looked at Chaos's game. Then we looked at the game Suzuya recommended from a very famous game, one of her favorites. And it's a game that inspired Kasparov in his early career and was an amazing game from the 19th century, which was very fun to look at. And then we looked at Reckful Recky's game, who played a very wonky game, a little low rated one, very long, a lot of blunders, but Recky came out on top on that one, and so that was very fun to see. The king has no squares, but we have no finish that I can see, but I'm sure there is one somewhere. Yeah, so we just trade one for the other. So the queen goes to f5. The king cannot escape. Because of the potential of being checkmated with queen to g6. So instead, he's forced to take the knight, and then our rook comes in to finish the job. The king is covering the g3 square. 31 up, 31 down. I'm already happy, even if we don't make it into the 40s at this point. It's a very good start. I feel like I'm playing very well. Ants, yes, indeed. Ants was around a lot yesterday. That was very fun to see. We did a review of your game, I think earlier in the day, and that was fun. We did 8 out. We ended up doing 9 plus, maybe even 10 hours of streaming yesterday. I really wanted to play some Blitz and Bullet against some randoms, but I've wanted to do that for a few days now, but it's been very hard to find time because there's so many amazing people like Ants who have come by and wanted to play, wanted to do some game reviews. We've had a lot of cool people come by, and that's been a lot of fun. So it's going to be queen to g6. The king escapes into the corner. And then I think it's just going to be rook to c7 to finish the deal. Coordinating with the queen on h7. There's nothing there's nothing black can do to prevent that. They can try to move the knight in, but then we have two checkmates that are going to be a problem, both on h8 and on g8, and I see no way to stop both. First Sleeper! Hello, you have found the first. That is only redeemable once per stream, and you have found it. That's one of the new additions we've made to the channel point system. I'm glad you found that. We're going to be upgrading the alerts next. Now that we have a basic, fleshed out channel point system, we have some custom channel points, we have some cool things happening with that. Now we can just slowly improve on it. So the alerts will be improved on next. I'm going to fix the playlist as well, which just doesn't seem to want to work, at least this morning. It is a shame. That's why we are migrating over. Let's see. Yeah, still not working. So that's why we're migrating over to a YouTube-based playlist in the first place, because sometimes it just doesn't want to work. Thank you for the first, though. Not only, Sleeper, not only is that the first of the stream, but it's the first ever in the channel. So thank you so much. That's very cool. And I'm doing amazing. I'm just a little tired because it's Sunday and I don't normally stream in the mornings. Normally I would not be even awake for another 90 minutes. But Sundays are very busy. It's my busy day. We stream in the morning. Then I've got some family obligations, and then I have some volunteer work. And then I come back online later tonight and we do it some more. That's the plan for today. How are you doing on this fine Sunday, Sleeper? Are you having a wonderful Sunday morning? Or maybe it's not even morning, or maybe it's afternoon. Maybe it's evening. I have no idea, but it is great to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. We threaten the queen here, and if the queen leaves, then we put all kinds of hurt on the king on a5. I'm fairly certain that is the solution to this puzzle. It is. All right, all these squares are covered. We have a second rook over here. Then this is currently covered by the knight. So it's the dark squares that are currently a big issue. I think it's going to be, I'm almost certain it's going to be e3. I just have an intuition about this. The word intuition came up a lot yesterday as we were helping Charlie start his chess journey. This forces the king forward onto this square. And then how do we finish? What is the knockout? We can go here, but then it allows a little bit of leeway. So I'm not sure that's the move. It might be. Takes. No, that's covered. There's something in here, though. There's no other check. Like, this doesn't work for sure. So it is going to be here. Okay, now let's see if there's something better than knight h5. I think it is going to be knight h5, but only because there's no other move. Like, this gets taken by the rook. This gets taken by the bishop. This just gets taken by the king. So if it's not knight to h5, what are we doing? All right, so that allows the king to go over. These are still covered. It's certainly not moving back to where we were in shuffling. That's not the move. We have no other checks. So we're in another situation where it's the only move we can make. Wow, we missed one. What a strange puzzle. We'll take a look at that after we're done with the other ones. That's a very interesting one. Thank you for redeeming the first, though, Sleeper. That meant a lot to me. I was wondering if anyone was going to see that. I didn't want to call it out directly, but I thought that was a fun one to add in. Just a little something different. Just for the first person every stream who can redeem that. It's a fun one. What a strange puzzle that was we missed. Okay, we have a rook hanging, but I think that's a losing endgame with all this coming in. So how else can we take that rook? Maybe saving the knight in the process. Well, we have this check we could throw in. Not sure that's it, but we have it. If here, I guess we could find some way to also trade off the queens. Maybe that would be fine. I don't see an easy way to do that, though. What if, What What an interesting one this was. These level 30 puzzles are actually a little bit difficult today. Let's calculate this first. It is a check. See where the king can go from there. It can move any of these squares. Certainly not there because that's taking the rook with check, and so it's left with these two moves. I don't think that's the move either, so I don't think it is because then we have even more checks coming in. No, maybe that's not it. Oh, this is a difficult one. This is a difficult one. I like to just take the rook, but I'm not sure how that would proceed after king takes knight. It's not clear to me how we win after that. This would be our only check, and that doesn't seem to do much. You know, has this pawn over here, but I just don't see what any of that does. See, none of that does. Sleeper, I played intuitively most of my life just because I played so many games against high-level bots. Lost and distinguished which are not good moves and which are. Up until 2-ish years ago, I never thought there was chess theory. That's very common. That's a very common thing. There's nothing technically wrong with that, especially if you're enjoying it. Like Tyler 1 plays the cow, and he did nothing but play for like 20 hours a day for like a year or two straight, and he got up to nearly a 2,000 rating, and like theory, openings, tactics, all these things. No, he just played. He just played and played and played and played and played. There's nothing wrong with playing like that. It's not the most efficient way to do it, but if you're having fun, if you're enjoying the game, well, then isn't that all that matters? Unless you're trying to make chess a career, unless you found so much beauty in the game of chess, which a lot of people do, then why bother? I'm trying to see how we finish off here. Like here. Is the king just getting cooked on the edge of the board? Yeah, I think it is. And so all that leaves is here. This is the most forcing move, so we're going to throw in the check. Yeah, okay. So that's... And then we can take the rook with check. Okay. That was certainly the most forcing move. I'm not sure I could calculate every line in what just happened there, but if it wasn't that move, I don't know what it could be. So we take... The king is forced to recapture, then we push the pawn, checking the king and winning the queen minimally. So that is definitely going to be the solution to this one. This doesn't work because of this.
Is this the last puzzle rush?
Of the morning, yes. We're going to do this, and it is going... Ants, this is going to be... we just always start, if you're not aware, anytime I go live, I always like to start off with a puzzle rush, just to start off, to get... to get going, get the mental juice going, and you need to do tactics training every day. And so, yes, this is the puzzle rush. After this one, I'm going to reach out to any viewers who are in the audience who might want to play a game, might want a game review, and we'll do that. And then after that, I'm going to play Blitz and Bullet until we do something else. That is the plan. That is the plan. So, yes, this is the last puzzle rush. Kai, what up? What is going on? Thank you for the what up. I hope you are having a wonderful Sunday. Let's see, for you, it's an evening. Kai is an amazing person, future idol, and just all-around cool person. Knows a lot about a lot of things, and is just an amazing Counter-Strike player, too, I might add. This is my favorite mating pattern. I've said it many times before, so everyone should understand what this mate is if you spent any amount of time in the channel. Thank you very much, Kai. We are making small improvements. Small improvements constantly. I'm doing this all by myself. I've never, I started streaming in March. I'm figuring things out. Things are getting a little bit better every time. Sometimes you don't see it. Sometimes it's in the background. But I've been working on the channel points. I've been working on redeems. I haven't figured out the song request integration just yet. But that will happen. Thank you for joining the giveaway as well. I left the command as the weekend because I was just so busy. I got to bed. I went an hour later last night than intended, and so I didn't get as much sleep as I would have liked last night. And so we are a little bit tired, but last night was very fun.
What's up,
getting
line?
To teach again. What's up, Ponent? Hello. Good morning. Good morning, good sir. We are doing our Sunday schedule. We do mornings and evenings on Sundays just because in the middle of the day when I normally stream, I have some family obligations and some volunteer work. But this is my favorite mating pattern. This forces the king out into a double check with the queen and the knight. And then we sack the queen on g1 and force the king into a smother mate. Actually, on this one, it doesn't matter. It's not a smother mate. It's just a checkmate on g1. So we check, then into the double check, and that is the whole puzzle. That ends there. That's a shame. I wish they would have left a rook to recapture on the g1 square just so we could smother the king, but that's okay. It's just my favorite mating pattern. We have this revealing attack on this file. There's got to be something there. We could also just take the knight, because takes, and then we just win the knight with check. So we just need to get the queen off of this file so we can check the king. So we take the knight, then take
What
the
is the
knight.
exposed redeem?
What is the X post redeem? Yeah, that's a simple one. I have an X account, Twitter, X. Would it be more clear if I wrote Twitter there? I didn't even think about it. I was when I was entering them or when I was writing down, I just wrote it as X. I always call it X. But the idea is simple. And again, as far as the point amounts are concerned, I just started high. I don't know how quickly people accumulate points. So I just set them where they're at now. Some of them might come down a little bit, so I do apologize. But yeah, Twitter X. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll write that down. Let me write down.
Budvat post.
Twitter X. What I would do is I would just come up with a unique saying for you. I would say like if you were to redeem it, right? For example, I would go on to my Twitter account and I would like open it up on my phone and I would say, Ponit is an amazing chess player who is an awesome person generally and is one of my favorite people, and I would just post something like that. I would think about something to say. If you wanted me to say something in particular, I could do that as well, but the idea is I just shout you out on Twitter. I thought that would just be fun. You have about 14,000 right now? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It seems like channel points aren't that hard to come by. People seem to get them really fast. And so I didn't know what to set the values at. Like I set one at 50K because I figured that might take a little bit of time and it requires a little bit more effort on my part. But the idea is like the 50K redeem, for example, is, and I've seen other streamers do this who are a little bit more creatively inclined than I am, but I can certainly do it. I can draw and everything else. And so at 50K, if you, I would draw, like, just based on your name, like, and what I know about you, like Sleeper, Opponent, or Kai, or whomever, you redeem it, and then over the next day or two, I mean, I wouldn't do it instantly, I wouldn't do it on stream, but I would just I would make a little doodle. I would make them the same for everyone, just a little square. I would create a character, for you, and then I would just leave it up like on my intro screen or something as a show of support of people who have redeemed it. So it's like a little club of people who have drawn a little doodle for. But I don't know how quickly people are going to get 50K points. I didn't know what to set that at. I didn't know if it was too high, too low. But I tended to the high side just because I wanted it to be a little bit harder to redeem. Okay, this bishop came in. How do we save our knight now? It's the question. It needs to come out somewhere. This is safe. This is not. I'm not sure about that. We'll look. None of the other ones are. So it's here or here, it looks like. I guess we go here if no other reason. It continues to attack the knight or the queen. Yep. Black to move. These are all covered. I hope people like those things. If anybody has any particular idea for things they would like to see as channel point redeem, we have in the Discord a suggestion. If you're just sitting there brushing your teeth and you're like, hey, I had an idea for a point redeem, go on the Discord and post it. If you see me online, come in here and tell me. And if I think it's cool too, we'll implement it. One of the things that Suzuya suggests, for example, is choose the opening. And so I may have to look it up because maybe it's an opening I don't know. But if you want me to play any particular opening on the next valid game, and against anyone, then I will just play that opening. Like if you say, hey, I want you to play the England Gambit. I want you to play the English. I want you to play the Caracan or whatever. The next game where I can do that. Like obviously, there are certain openings that require to be black or white or to have a certain, you can't play, it's kind of hard to play the French if your opponent is just, not moving as central pawns, for example. But if you would like to see any particular move, if you just said, I want your first move to be e4, or your second move to be, or your first move is black to be d5, we'll do that. We'll play like that. That's the idea. That was Suzuya's suggestion, and I thought that was a really good one, so I stole it. Because Suzuya suggested it, and so I'm like, yes, I love that. This is the move, because if the king comes forward, he gets checkmated with the queen on e6, and if he comes this way, if he comes that way, then we just, we triangulate, we force the king around, we play a little bit of, yep, that's it. That's how we do it. But either way, we push the pawn, and then force the king into a horrible spot with our, like, wedge him between our king and our pawns. Let's see, let's count the squares the king has. Doesn't have a lot of squares. This is a very forcing move. Forcing the king over here. So it's probably the right move. It's probably here and here. Is that it? I think that's just checkmate. I'm not seeing any way around that. So here and here. Just a simple mate and 2, and we're into the 40s. Very cool, very cool. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday. Sunday's a little bit different vibe, a little bit different crowd. Not everyone's up on Sunday mornings, but I am.
Look at Lime Man, so inspirational.
I try, opponent. I do try. It has been a roller coaster ride, this whole streaming thing, and I've been enjoying every bit of it. I love the troubleshooting. I love figuring things out. I'm not sure why this isn't free. This seems like a free rook to me. This is certainly covered already. Sure, there's something here that's a problem, but I don't know why we can't just take this. We have no checks, so if we're not taking the rook, what are we doing? This doesn't seem to do anything except cause us to lose. So let's take the rook, and then yeah, that's it. Just a free rook. It's a very funny level 40 puzzle. So that gets into 40. 40 up, 40 wins, 1 miss. 40 points, 1 X. We got 2 strikes to go. Thank you for saying, though, opponent. I'm not trying to be revolutionary. I'm not trying to, like, reinvent the wheel of streaming. I'm just trying to slowly get everything going, and there's so much to learn. I'm multi-streaming too, so I have to every time I do something on Kick, I have to figure out how to do it on Twitch at the same time, and vice versa. Integrate YouTube, add channel point redeems, predictions, polls, song requests. It all has to work. One of the big reasons why Spotify is such a pain is because it's designed to work across platforms. Is this a puzzle stream? It is for now, Treeborn. We always, if you've never been here before, we always start with, I go live, I do a little bit of intro, and then we do our daily puzzles. We do a puzzle rush. Anyone can participate. If you see an answer, feel free to call it in. This is a very strange one. We have this major threat on, yes, we're under check, but after here, I'm not sure what the enemy can do. There is no other way into the king, so we just block. I didn't see that. That's fair. That's fair. It's probably going to be here, because, again, we're threatening mate in 1. So if we leave the king anywhere near the rook, we're just going to get checked and finished off. We don't have this square, so we have to come here. If the queen tries to come this way, then we were picking up the rook, and we will hide and eventually win this game. We just have to be careful not to stay attached to our rook here, because when the queen takes it, that would be a major problem. Just make sure you take with the rook, and that's good. King d3. Yeah, close. Very close. Yeah, but yeah, feel free to call out moves if you see them. Some streamers don't like moves being called out in their chat. Some of you ban you for it. Oh, I'm stepping on a can on my floor again. But I do not mind one bit. So if you see a move, call it out. I'm fairly certain it's going to be taking this rook. It just feels intuitively like the right move, but it could also be here. It could certainly also be here, threatening something on the back. But we have no checks. We are certainly doing fine on material. We just have to find, like, I'm fairly certain this is just a take puzzle, like making sure you take in the right order. I think we trade the rooks, take the bishop, then it's a bishop, then it's a queen and a knight versus a rook and bishop, and that is definitely a winning endgame, especially considering we're up pawns. You just have to make sure you don't take this first. And the reason why we can get away with taking the rook first is the bishop cannot recapture our queen, because if he did, we would just have mate on the d1 square. Spotify is working as far as me adding songs in manually. Let me add that to queue. Yeah, that's what I said this earlier. Let me reiterate it, Kai. We are moving to a YouTube-based playlist because it's now a high priority. It's now a high priority. The bot we're using, when it's working, it's beautiful. It works great, and I love it, but it breaks a little bit too often. I don't mind troubleshooting things. I love the troubleshooting of things, in fact, but it breaks a little bit, just a little bit too often. Okay, this is interesting. I now have to be careful. Did not expect this move. It doesn't do anything per se. In other words, like we could just back up and still be fine here. We need to make sure we don't move into the check of the rook or leave the protection of our queen. I'm just wondering if the blocks work now, though. Okay, the block doesn't work because after rook takes rook, and if rook takes rook, and if we take with the queen, then we're losing the knight minimally. So I'm fairly certain we just shove on over. We're losing the rook anyway. We were already planning to do that by pushing up the bishop. Or if the bishop takes, we just checkmate. Actually, that is a problem, isn't it? Because if we move out here, then he's taking with check. So we have to recapture, and then we lose. We just lose the game. Okay, so it's not. So we do have to block. So we do have to block. If we don't block, we are cooked. Yeah, there it is. There it is. And then it's a queen up in the second game. There we go. We almost messed that one up. Almost messed that one up. That was close. I think the knight block. Yes, yes, you are right. Good catch, Treeborn. Good catch. It's always fun when people like are kind of into puzzles. We have a lot of people who are really good at puzzles. So it's just no. It is Kai. We are still using the Spotify playlist. If it's on Spotify, it will play. It's just the bot that I use isn't working right now because Spotify cut off its API access. It does it randomly and at different times of the day, and it's just part. This is the only bot that works across. Like if I was just taking song requests just on Twitch, this would be a very easy thing. But I do also take song requests on Kick, and because I need something that can fetch the song requests from both Kick and Twitch, the bot has a very complicated API or that interfaces with Spotify, and it's caused all kinds of issues, and then the bot just stops working randomly at times. Okay, this is all covered. The pawn is covering here. The king is kind of starved for squares. We do have a revealing check that we can look at. We just need to find the best place to put our knight. What is the best place to put our knight that keeps everything together? This is a double check. Does the king have a move? That might be just it. Yeah, is it not just mate on c4? The king cannot move here, here, here. Okay, no, he does have one escape square. We'll have to look at that. But everything else is covered. So the king, so it's check, over, check. And then the king looks like he's escaping. Looks like he's escaping, but is he escaping? Forced onto the back rank. The knight can cover that square. This doesn't look right. This looks like a mess. This looks like a mess is what this looks like. That might be the right answer, but I don't know. All complicated. We only have, this is our only check though. This is our only check. If it's not this, what are we doing? If it's not we have no other checks on the king. And it is a puzzle. That's an important thing. I always tell that's very interesting. When you do puzzles, it's like sometimes you know it's the right answer only because it's a puzzle. You know it has only one right move. Every puzzle, in every position you look at, only has one correct move, one best move. Most of them either draw or lose you the game. There's normally only one singular move that has any validity, just head and shoulders above the rest. And so if it's not this, then it's nothing. Okay, now we just need to see what the best thing is. Really want to be able to prevent him from going to this back square. Maybe it's this way. Is it this way? Because then it blocks both of the light squares, and yeah, and then the king has nowhere to go. This is covered. This is covered. This is covered, and the knight is covering the b6 square as well. The knight is just shutting the door to b7, so the king cannot get out. Okay. That was a little bit easy once you just realize there's only a check possible. This is the square rule, in the sense that if we push the pawn forward, we draw a square around it like this. This is the square, right? It creates a 4x4 square. And then if the king can enter that square, then he can stop the pawn. So as we see, if here, the king can get close enough. It's a dark square, like this is the dark square diagonal. So here, and the king can get close enough to win the game. So we have to prevent the king from getting close enough. So how do we do that? It's probably by cutting off the king this way, just so he can't get close enough to our pawn. This is just a basic pawn endgame. It's worth noting, and it's funny, if the pawn was here, this would not be as simple. This would definitely not be simple because the extra move the knight would take would mean like here, and then if it was here, the enemy would be getting us queen first. So we are literally just one move away from winning this game. If white had one more tempo up, it would be a lost game, in fact, or a drawn game because we would both get our queens at the same time. But we do have to cut off the king from taking our pawn. We can't stop that. All we can do is promote our queen. If the enemy king wasn't on the back rank, that would also be a lost or drawn endgame. Is this not a free queen? Why is this not a free queen? Because we have this revealing check on our king attacking ours, and so you'd think it's a free queen, but then the enemy checks you, and then he trades it right back, and then he's just up a bishop. So do not take that queen. Do not take that queen unless there's something I'm missing here. There may be a tactic somehow I'm missing, like takes, check, rook takes. If rook takes queen, rook takes rook, and then we're just up a rook. Okay, so we actually do take the queen. How about that? We do take the queen. We do take the free queen. I'm just making sure there's not a checkmate or something I'm missing, though, because sometimes they do that. This is a winning idea. This 100% is a game, but maybe there's a checkmate I'm missing. I'm not seeing it. These rooks are too guarding of the king with the bishop and the queen right here. Like, this is too much for just the queen to overcome. So we just take the queen when the bishop checks. We just take it. And we lose our queen, but we pick up the rook on e1 and the bishop on e4 for our troubles. 45 puzzles. This is pretty good for us. Like, if it ended right here, Treeborn, if you do not know, like, my personal best off stream is about 54. And that took me a long time to get to 54. I mean, going back and forth, throughout the day because it's not timed and I would just keep playing. But on stream with a little bit of help and a little bit of focus. And I think because we've been doing puzzles at the beginning of every stream, and I've been streaming consistently, have not missed a single day of streaming in over a month. I think I'm getting a little bit better at the puzzles in general. So we are 45 up. We are getting into the puzzles that I start struggling with. I won't spend too long on them because I do want to get out and see if any viewers would like a game review or would just like to play a game. And then I want to focus on just playing a little bit of chess. So we have no checks other than this one, which is sacks the queen. I can't imagine it's that. I can't imagine it's that. We have this interesting attack on the queen. I'm just not sure it does anything. Maybe it does. Maybe it does not. It certainly forces the queen into a pin with the knight. I'm not sure how to capitalize on that, though. Interesting. This is a very strange puzzle. I don't see any obvious attacks anywhere. There's got to be a fork. There's got to be a fork somewhere that I'm missing. I'm sure there is. Did I miss a check? No, there's absolutely no checks anywhere. Everything is blocked. There's got to be some reason I can just take this, perhaps. Maybe it's rook takes knight. If takes, we have two passed pawns. That's got to be good. It's got to be good. I'm not sure that's the move, though. Can we take this pawn somehow? I don't see it. Okay, how about this? Pawn up. Bishop comes forward to attack the rook. Oh, no, I thought I had something more there. Interesting. Congratulations on 80 subs. Do I have 80 subs? Wow. Thank you for saying, Amon Devs. That is amazing. That is amazing. How are you doing this morning, Amon? Over on the YouTube side of life? Are you having a fine Sunday? Are you having an amazing weekend? Is your weekend over? I imagine, depending on where you're at, you might already be done with your weekend. It may be Monday where you're at. I am not sure, but I hope you're having a fun and wonderful Sunday. It's 7 a.m. here. I'm sure. I don't think even in New Zealand it's Monday yet. I think even in New Zealand, they're not so far ahead of me that they're that far ahead. I think at most we're talking about like 9 in the evening, right? Isn't the latest time in the world right now probably something like 9 or 10 p.m.? Something like that. This is a very weird puzzle. I am not seeing any major idea here. Like this seems so dry a position. Like almost nothing's happening here. Okay, how about this? What if we push and then threaten here? Queen take. Well, it looks so easy to defend. Takes. Queen up. Queen back. No, not queen back. That doesn't work. King over? Yeah, king over works just fine, and then the king is making it over here. What if we move here first? Is that an idea? Is that a winning idea? Threatening the e3 push? I mean, that looks pretty good to me. I'm not sure why that particularly needs to be done in that order, though, because whether we do this or this, the king is moving forward, and the queen is taking. It's got to be a winning idea here. It has to be something that deals with putting this pressure on this white diagonal. Has to be. I think it's going to be the pawn push, though. I think it is the pawn push. Pretty sure e3 is better. I think you're right. I think this leaves too much leeway for the opponent to make some move, including just blocking. Like, in other words, like, even if I do try to play this, the queen, now that I'm looking, I can just block the pawn push altogether. So we are going to just push the pawn. Was not expecting that. Did not see this move coming. Can't I just ignore that, though, and continue on with the plan? Now that, and see, the pawn, crucially, is covering the f2 square now because the queen didn't take it. So now it's even worse for the enemy king because he's got this dark square. We're going to be very, very strong on the light square. So we just ignore the queen, I imagine. Okay, didn't see that coming either. Did not see that coming. So now our queen is pinned to our king. I imagine it's just taking the knight, yeah? Taking the knight. The queen is then threatening to take their queen, so the queen is forced to trade, and then we just wind up a knight. We just wind up a knight at the end of this. Isn't that a crazy line? That was a hard puzzle. That was a hard puzzle. It's 5:19 p.m. in India. Take the knight, I think. Close. It is taking the knight now. I'm not sure when you said take the knight, but it is take the knight now. That was a hard puzzle. That for a level 46, even for a level 46, that was a difficult puzzle. That took a little bit of brain power to work through. Thanks for everyone who put in their suggestions on there because that was a difficult one. We have shenanigans on the A file. We have this pin on the dark squares. We have a knight that can certainly come through. Strange. It's another one that requires like the immediate threat. Like we have no checks, right? We have no immediate attack on anything. We could certainly dislodge the queen off of the dark squares, but we're not currently attacking the bishop, and the knight is also guarding it. So there has to be something somewhere. I like the idea of this, but I'm just not sure what that does. It dislodges the knight from the protection of the bishop, perhaps, but what does that do? Why do we care? Our bishop's just chilling back here. There's got to be some easy tactic. Has to be some easy tactic. Does the bishop have all squares? Yeah, the bishop has plenty of room to be chased away. What if we just takes, winning a pawn? That seems a little bit too simplistic. I don't think the point of this puzzle is going to be just to win the A pawn. That seems kind of weird, especially considering the whole point is our knight is under attack. Our knight is under attack. We could move here, threatening the fork, because then it's a little bit more difficult because the queen has to stay in guard of the f-pawn. But, I mean, could just... No, that doesn't work because it then takes. Yeah, I'm thinking it's g4. I'm thinking it's knight g4. I think the bishop takes the knight, then the queen a2, then knight e4. You think so? I mean, because then our queen is under attack, so we have to deal with that threat. Or do you mean like trade everything off on the c3 square, then move, threatening the here and picking up a pawn? Like picking up a pawn on the c3 square? That seems awful much. And the bishop is still guarding the e4 square. So even if we trade everything off and play knight e4, the bishop, the enemy white square bishop is covering e4. So we just end up trading, and now that's just actually we're worse because we have this terrible bishop back here and our knight has no agency. So I think we're actually losing that game at that point. Does that make sense? It may be something like that. I'm just not sure it's that order. I'm just not sure it's in that order what we're doing. I don't know. I'm looking at knight g4. I want to take a hard look at this because we are threatening this forking the rooks. And and threatening to dislodge the protection. So the enemy is forced to play something like this. And then I'm out of ideas. Then I just don't know like where we would even proceed from there. It doesn't look like it's winning any material. So maybe it's not knight g4. I think it's too handily dealt with in too many ways. Here. Threatening the knight. The knight is forced away. I don't see anything there either. What about... No, that doesn't look like it does anything. And again, we have this knight that's under attack. We have this amazing knight. Then you can take a2, but I could take a2. So I don't think I'm right. I don't think your original idea is right, but then I could take a2. Not if everything gets traded off on c3, because it does have to start off with, because again, we do have to do something about this pawn attack. I can't just trade and then immediately take the pawn, because then we lose our knight. This is the only threat I see too. That's currently the issue I'm having right now. I'm currently having an issue that I don't see any other way that I can even make a threat on the board. This is the only move I see. I mean, because I don't have anywhere else to put my knight. It's certainly not knight e8. That's just crazy, and it opens up the possibility of this if I move my bishop away. Here. That, I guess that's kind of an issue. But that's just a losing endgame. That's just a losing endgame all around. Like, if I move the knight and then into the protection, then I can trade and win the pawn. I'm still going to have problems. Like, I'm going to have a major weakened king side, but at least I'm not losing any material, and I'll be up a pawn. Okay, here's an idea. Here's an idea I didn't consider. Here's an idea. What if we just take a2 right away? Threatening to check the king, force a block, and win the queen. And if they just take the queen, then we trade queens. King takes. Now, that doesn't do anything, does it? I don't know. This is a hard one. This is a hard one. Don't you gain a pawn? We currently have our knight under attack. That's the main issue with the why this is a puzzle at all, is because the e pawn is currently attacking our knight, and we have to have some way. Like, we can't just pick up a pawn and lose a knight. So we have to find some way to save our knight while keeping the attack going on. And I'm not easily seeing this. Just not easily seeing. Okay, if we trade this way, the queen has to take. No choice. Wow, I'm not seeing it. I am not seeing what our major threat is here. I am not. Is there a fork? Is there some tactic that I'm not seeing? Does anyone else see the move on this one? This is a difficult one. See, this is what I was talking about. This is why I don't spend too much. Infinite Crafting Sus. Hello. How are you doing this fine Sunday? How are you doing? I missed you coming in. How are you doing? It is a fine Sunday morning here in the heart of the Bluegrass, and it is 7 almost 8 a.m. now, and we're having a lot of fun working on puzzles. I'm a little bit stuck on this one though. This is bothering me. This is a major threat for a few reasons, because it's threatening here and here. But after bishop takes, pawn takes, knight moves, I'm not seeing how that helps us. Just not seeing how that does us any good. I'd almost rather just play Desperado. But that's not good for us either. I don't know. You sack the knight on knight takes e5? Here? Okay, knight takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. our knight is still going to be under attack. I don't see what this knight sack does. Does it do something I'm missing?
Would you like to review one of my games after your puzzles?
Would love to. I indeed would love to review one of your games. I'm going to write you down. Ants in my PCs. Again, I don't know why you have so many ants in your PCs. You should put cats in there. Cats are much better to have in your PC rather than ants. Like after the whole variation. Okay, you gain a pawn. Did you see my suggestion? Where was it? I think it's knight take. Okay, let me look. Knight takes. Oh, e4? Oh, you mean e5? Oh, I assume you mean knight takes e5. Bishop takes e5. Wait, what? e4. Oh, so you want to go to knight e4. Bishop takes. Pawn takes. Yes? Knight moves. Then maybe... Then knight takes e5. Why? Then pawn takes knight. Sack the knight on e5, then push d4? Yeah, but I get that, but doesn't that... Okay, so you're thinking takes, moves away. Now we're down a knight. We're down a knight for our troubles already. Then we can sack. So now we're down 2 knights, but we pick up 1 knight in return. And now that's just even. That's just, at best, that's an even game. It's just even at that point. You might be right that this is the move, though, because I'm not seeing anything else. Then takes. I just didn't see any other threat. I couldn't figure that one out. I would like to do a review or an analysis on this one just to understand what's happening here. We just had to be careful not to take the knight first, because then this is just not good for us. We take the knight, and we're up a minor there. I am going to open this up in an analysis board. I want to know what the heck is with that puzzle. There's a couple lines in there I don't understand why that was forced. I just don't understand why that was forced. You are not down 2 knights. You trade the knight for a bishop. But even, what I'm saying is at the end of that, we just wind up even and in a slightly worse position, do we not? Well, look. You are right, Treeborn. That was definitely the right move. I'm just not... There was a couple lines, and the computer didn't make it, because the computer ended up just pushing the pawn on a3 and just saying, I give up, and I'm just not sure why. We'll look. But that was a great catch. The fact that you calculated that out is really good. Treeborn, the fact that you found that is amazing. My idea is bishop takes knight, queen, a2, e4. Yeah... Maybe if the computer had made that move, that was possible, but the computer didn't make that move. So we'll look at that, Amon. I am playing any online games right after we finish our puzzles, and we're about done. Because right in the upper 40s, low 50s is normally about the time we end up fizzling out on our puzzles. This is about the limits of my abilities. I normally finish in the high 40s, low 50s. So we're getting there. We are very close to getting there, where I'm just going to start getting, and I'm not going to stare at the screen for an hour. I could figure out most any 40 level puzzle, even the upper ones, if I stared at it long enough, but you guys don't want to watch me stare at the screen for a couple hours, I'm sure. So we won't be doing that. So we're almost done, and then I'm going to ask Ants if he would like a game review, because he asked for one, and then I'm going to play viewers or review anyone else's game, and then I'm going to play Blitz and Bullet. That is my plan for the next 3 hours that I am going to be online with you lovely people on this fine Sunday morning. At least my time is Sunday. Mon, I know you said it is much later where you are at in India, and that's awesome. I don't know what it is, but a lot of people from who have come over from YouTube are from the subcontinent of India, and I think that's very fun. I love what India is doing in the game of chess. Vishy Anand and Gukesh and Pragnananda and just all the amazing players from that area are just so cool, and they're such a class act. I love their manner. I love how they approach the game. I love how they talk about the game. And so it's been a great to see people from India who are showing such an amazing interest in chess now. I don't see, okay, so we have no check. We have this queen in the center of the board. What spaces does it have? Let's take a look. It's got plenty of ability to retreat if it needs to. I would love to, if this pawn wasn't here, it'd be fun to throw in this check and then win the queen, but this pawn is here. So that's an issue. What if we do this move here? I like the idea.
You want to see the best blunder I've made in a while?
Suzuya, hello. Good morning. I hope you were doing lovely. You want to see the best blunder I've made in a while? I would. Right after puzzles, I would love to see the best blunder. I would love to see what you did. If it's, you don't hear that often. The best blunder, the worst, the worst brilliancy. You know what I mean? It's like you don't hear these words combined much. I immediately like the idea of d5 because it's threatening not only to fork the king and the rook, but it can't be taken by the pawn because, again, of this revealing attack. So I'm just going to send it and then win the queen. Very fun, very relatively easy puzzle. Yeah, but I will be playing games online, Amon. If you would like a game, let me know, and I'll put you down on the list. I just write it down with my pen and pencil. It was a terrible move. Well, then why is it the best? You mean it's the worst blunder? No, I get you. We'll take a look at it. I would love to take a look at it. I'd love to see how you did. We have this pin. So I feel like we could almost play this move, except when we take, it's with check. So there's got to be some better way. Oh, maybe it's because we have a back rank checkmate possible, but the knight is covering. I was about to say, we might still be able to make this move and lose our queen because we're threatening a rook on the back rank. But the knight is currently covering that back rank, so I don't think it's that. I don't think so. So how do we dislodge the... I like the idea immediately of playing d5, because this pawn is the only thing that's really holding the black's pieces in place, but it is well guarded as well. But I like the idea immediately of sacking here, because if they takes with the knight, then I can pin. I could just move the knight. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe it's just rook a to e8 or e1, because this is pinned, and then he can't take without fear of losing the queen. See, if we move this one, it's with check.
How far back is that cave for playing you in a game?
Ants, you were the first one. You were the first one. OG Legacy. It is the OG. It is the original Gangster Legacy. Back again on Kick.com. Hello. Good morning. Happy Sunday. I hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Yeah, rook a to e1 I think is fine. The goal is just to make sure that the rook cannot witch it. It looks a little bit simplistic, but I don't see anything else, and I certainly didn't see this. Certainly didn't. So now our queen is under attack. We just have to make sure we takes queen, and then we just pick up the rook. Yeah. Good catch. Good catch. I 100% concur, Treeborn. Great catch. We have a lot happening in this position. We have our pawn attacking here. We have a queen coordinating with the knight. So obviously this has to be dealt with. We can't just leave this here. I don't know why we can't just take the bishop. Like, is that not just a free bishop? And then the knight has no place to get out. The knight does have one square, I suppose. What if we take with the knight? I mean, we can't take here. That's not it. Oh, and it's guarded, so it's definitely taking the bishop. It's just with which piece. Which piece do we take this bishop with? What is the best piece to take the bishop with? Trying to think. At the minimum, if we take with the knight, we're threatening knight to a4, right? But then here... No, I guess that's not much of a threat, is it? It's not much of a threat, is it? Pawn is hanging. So if we take with a knight, it at least guards the pawn. The knight can escape, but... And is that a winning endgame? Not clear to me that's a winning endgame. So maybe that's not the puzzle, but we do... if takes with a knight comes out, then we have queen g5 attacking the knight and the pawn at the same time, so we're definitely going to be picking up material. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that. It prevents the knight from taking the g-pawn and forces the knight out over to here. I think that's the move. Knight takes c3 too. You threaten double attack on their knight. Yes, exactly. So take with the knight and then here. And that just loses the knight. Good catch. Good catch. It's always it's amazing to see people from Kick.com show up Legacy. I'm not sure you can tell, but I've also updated channel points on Kick.com. They don't have as much customizability. I can't change the channel points into anything other than channel points. They're just channel points, but I had a lot of fun updating the channel points and everything else. Okay, this is a trading puzzle, obviously. Unless we do have a check here. What does this check do? Does the check do anything? Let's check the checks. The king is forced back. Then we can take with check, but then the knight just takes. Don't think that does anything. Don't think so. If we take with the knight, we can... This check can also just be blocked now that I'm looking at it. I don't think this check does anything. I don't think this check does anything. If that check does something, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. So what if we take here... And if we drop the bishop, is it something like on this long diagonal? Are we threatening anything? I'm not seeing if we're threatening anything. But if we take, it's just... If we take the bishop, the knight just recaptures, and that's just a drawn end, or that's just an even end game. So it's not bishop takes bishop. It's definitely not bishop takes bishop. So it's this very similar as last puzzle. It's definitely taking this knight, but which one do we take it with? Which piece do we take it with? Because this check doesn't do anything. As far as I can tell, this check does absolutely nothing. It might even make our opponent's position even stronger, in fact. If we take with the knight, there's got to be a tactic here, right? There's got to be some kind of tactic after bishop takes bishop. Well, okay, hold on. If pawn takes, bishop takes, queen check, there's no longer a block. So then the king really is forced back. Then I don't see anything there either. Okay, what if queen check? One more time. Let me look. I don't think it's the queen check because, okay, moves back because maybe pawn push doesn't work because then pawn takes and then we're threatening to coordinate onto the f3 square. So check, back, only move. Then we have an issue here because now our queen's under attack. Wow. Difficult one. Difficult one. If we take with the knight, we do open up this diagonal, but I don't know what it does. Like if we take with the knight, bishop takes. We have this. Does that do anything? Not that I see. You figured it out, Suzuya. See, that's what I mean. Suzuya has a big, bulbous, gigantically big brain. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm seeing it, we're threatening the rook, aren't we? If we take with the queen, we're threatening the rook. Just now seeing it. It's just as simple as queen takes knight, yes? Because we're threatening the rook in the corner. Knight takes knight. Takes f on... I'm sorry, one more time. Takes... But white has f3 right away. Well, let's look. I think it's just knight takes... Queen takes knight. I think that's it. It just wins the knight. It just wins the knight and we pick up the exchange. I think that's what it is. But let me look at what Suzuya wrote. Suzuya thinks it's knight takes knight, then bishop takes bishop, right? Queen h5 check. Knight g3? Oh, f3. Sorry. Well, I don't think f3 is the thing. So that's what I was saying. I don't think it's f3 because the king can just go back. Threatening. But okay, but let's look at it though. What if f3? Then knight g3. Even g3, king e1. Yeah. Queen takes queen. King takes queen. Knight takes f2 check. One more time. Let me look at this one. Yeah, I think Oh, I see what you're saying. Because of f3 here, if we first. So this, you don't think it's queen takes knight because of f3? Attacking our queen. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a great point, actually. So you like knight takes knight. Here, what if the... Okay. Here, 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 here. Minimally, we're picking up that. Okay, I like that. No, nope. Nope, nope, not quite. Not quite. Zok Zimic. After king e1, I'm not sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure either, Suzuya. I think it was just queen take knight. I was convinced it was queen take knight, but not. That was tricky. That was definitely a tricky one. I think. Hold on. Oh, you know what? You know what? I see why f3 doesn't work. Okay, we'll look at that after. We'll pull that one. That was a tricky one. We are in our 50s. It is. We now are 50. These are hard puzzles. These are definitely hard puzzles. Yeah, I think it was queen right. Treeborn was right. What did? But white has f3 right away. Also, queen takes queen. Rook takes d1. Hold on. Let me just look at it. If queen takes knight, f3, queen takes queen, rook takes queen. You might be right. You might be right. You might be right. Yes, yes, I see it. So it was queen h5. Queen h5. Check. Just straight to queen h5. It's not queen takes knight, it's queen h5. Then knight takes knight. It's just the order. We had the order wrong. It's queen h5, then knight. We'll go over that. We'll look at it. That's a fun one. That is definitely a fun one. Let's see if this one is as hard. I'm just checking the checks first. We have knight to f5. The king is forced onto the back rank, one of two places. What is this? Who I think it is? I've been listening to a little bit too much Trippy Red lately. Let me move it out. You're not bad at that was a level 49 puzzle. Are you kidding me? That was a hard one. 2,162. Not an easy puzzle. I don't think you're bad at puzzles at all. You had the right idea. You had the winning idea. We just needed to work it out a little bit longer. We just needed to talk that one out a little bit longer. We'd have had it. I just don't want to... Rucksack might be. Let's look. Is it the rucksack? Here. 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 Back. Check. Over. Check. Takes. No, that's not that order. It might be a rucksack, but not in that order. So what... Okay, here... Certainly, if the king goes here, we can sack the rook. Absolutely. That is a possibility. No, I think you might be right, though. I think it might just be to start off with the rook sack. Takes... We just need to know what do we do here in this situation. Oh, what about... Okay, what if... Okay, once knight takes knight, we just move to this side. We move to this side. Ah... See, now that the pawn is no longer protecting on c6, then we can swing our knight over to c6 because it's no longer guarded. That's a much better square. Knight, yes, exactly, Treeborn. 100%. Great call. See how much easier that one was? That was a much easier puzzle than the last one, was it not? Ooh, an endgame puzzle. I like endgame puzzles. I think it's going to be this long diagonal. I've seen this pattern enough. Isn't it just a long diagonal? The important thing is just not to try to move this way, because then the king manages to get in and guard. So we just move on to the long diagonal to just cut off any shenanigans, right? You were very right, Zoc. 100%. Also, hello. Did I say good morning? Good morning to you. I'm drinking some coffee. We don't normally stream at this hour, but except on Sundays. We always stream at Sundays at this hour. But normally I stream in the afternoons, my time, and then I just throw in morning and evening streams at random. But 6 days out of the week, I stream 2 to 6 p.m. in the afternoon, my time. But on Sundays, it's always the morning, and it is great to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic time on YouTube, and good morning. I don't know how it's not queen b2. I've seen this endgame many, many times before. In my games, like when I play chess, and I've been in this position, I think we all have, where you have a queen left and you're trying to prevent. It's just here, minimally, we can just stick our queen onto h8 and then move our king over to hell. Yeah. That felt like a level 30 puzzle, not like a level 50 puzzle. That felt like a level 30 puzzle. To me, at least. I immediately like the looks of queen to e5 because it puts the max amount of pressure on the enemy's knight on f6. There is this check we have to worry about with the queen coming in, though.
I am puzzled.
That could be a problem. You are puzzle? You are puzzle? That's impressive. I've never met a puzzle before. Yeah, this is an issue. This is definitely an issue. Knight takes c2 with the queen coming down on the d file is definitely an issue that has to be dealt with. I mean, I would like to just move my queen up here and put pressure on my enemy's position. Not sure it's that simple. We also have our bishop hanging. So we have a lot of pieces hanging in the position. If we don't find some way to alleviate all this pressure, we can't apply any of our own. I thought it was going to be as simple as moving queen to e5, picking up the knight, but it is certainly not that. Even if we did bishop takes bishop, we still have this fork to worry about. Then we're going to lose our queen. How do we deal with this knight? Can we just take the knight? Is it possible as simple as taking the knight?
D4.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So it could be as simple as just taking the knight. If queen takes, then queen takes, and then we just win the knight. If pawn takes, then what? Because now our queen is under attack. Then we can just move up to queen e4. But then we lose here, but we pick up here, right? So just knight takes knight. I think these are the level 50 puzzles I need to take just a little bit of time with just to make sure. Now I think we can just play queen e4. E5, sorry. We got to move our queen somewhere, and I don't see a better square than e4. E5. I keep saying e4. Yeah. And then we just win the knight. Cool. That wasn't too hard. That was not too hard. Yeah, queen e5. 100% ants. Good catch. The enemy is very crowded over here. There's probably some sort of smother mate or something. We kind of need to get our knight out of the way. So it's probably just getting it out of the way. Just throwing in the check. Creating a nice battering ram on the h-file. Doesn't matter which pawn he well, has to take with this pawn, in fact, or the rook. But either way, within our... Well, hold on. So here, the bishop is now covering. I don't know how to deal with knight takes... Or rook takes knight. Because then the bishop comes into play. What if we just sack the queen? I always like a good queen sack. I love a good queen sack. Treeborn thinks it's a queen sack. I would help, but I suck at chess. You do not legacy. You do not legacy. You do not suck at chess. There are no people that suck at chess. There are only people who play within their own skill level. Magnus will lose to Stockfish. I will lose to Magnus, and I may beat you, Legacy, but that doesn't make any of us sucking at chess. So let's look what the order is, though. So this, first of all, if the queen goes back, then we can move the knight out to g5, creating the battering ram.
You can't lose in chess. You can only win.
You're not wrong. Wise words. Wise words. And if the king takes, what is it? Is it knight f4, forcing the king forward, and then checkmating on h5 with the knight protecting on g? Yeah, okay. So we do sack the queen. Then we create a battering ram. Wait. There's more than one way to create a battering ram. So that's why I need to be careful. Wait. Also, we have this to worry about. Now that I'm taking a closer look. So do we move knight to f2 anyway, just to guard, and then we just pick up the rook? If he tries to take, and then we're just a rook ahead with this major threat? I mean, because this is with check. We have to do something about this pawn. So it's knight f2. It's not knight f2? So oh, this also protects it. Oh, shoot. Okay, I see that. I moved a little bit too fast. That's normal. Normally, I end up losing somewhere in the 50s. We went 52. That's very good. Let's find out what we missed, though. I am curious. So that's the end of puzzles. I should have probably looked at chat. Sack again. Zoc says sack again. And Zoc, I am certain, was quite right on that. Let's see if we can see why Zoc was so right with that. Let's adjust the board so everyone can see a little bit easier. Clearly Zoc was right, because what I did was very wrong. So these are the puzzles we missed. This was a very complicated puzzle. I mean, this was a level 20-something puzzle, I think. Very, very strange that we had such a high level. Okay, that wasn't the right. That's what I did. Instead of that, It's here. Okay, I see. So that we have... Okay. I just need to make sure the rooks were shuffled properly. Okay, that's... I just moved a little fast on that one. This one... What did we do wrong? So it was here and here. No, oh, we did this. Oh, no, I remember. We just want to run an analysis in here. I'll pull this back up. We'll look at that separately. We will look at that separately. Okay, yeah. I got it pulled up, though. Okay, so this one... What happened here? So, yeah, okay, this was really cool. This was a hard puzzle. This was like a level 52 puzzle. It's just the move order. You just had to be careful of the move order. Rather than doing here and all this other shenanigans or trying to find a leeway, you just move the queen over. Really? It's knight takes? I'm sorry, it's queen takes? Why? Why? Okay, we're going to have to do analysis of this one too. I'm sorry. We have to do analysis. I gotta know. I gotta know why that is forced. I have to know. So we'll look at that one too. And this was the last one. No, hold on. That's still up? Okay, this is still up. Hold on. Where's my screen? Hello? Hello? OBS? OBS, hello? Thank you. This one. What happened here? Why? Okay. Apparently knight takes e4 is still winning, but not that heavily. I thought that we had this here, and we do. This would also be winning, but it's also a miss. So it's not f3 in this, so he just moves back. And we did look at this. We did indeed look at this. There was no way to deal with this move. Ah, see, you know, I got tunnel vision. When we go out for the check, he doesn't have to play f3. He can just go back. Okay. And what was wrong with knight takes knight? Because bishop takes and is threatening the rook as well. I didn't take into account that it's affecting the rook. So it is queen takes, but then why not f3 here? Hold on. Why not here? The computer says this is better, in fact. Like, bishop takes bishop is an inferior move. Like, obviously, even I saw if bishop takes bishop, rook takes rook, and that's fine. What's wrong with f3? Why does this not work? It's the best move. The computer even says it's the best move. Why is that a problem? f3, queen e7? f3, queen e7. Huh? What? So we pick up the knight. We're up a minor. And so if f3, we just... Okay, I see it. I do see it. That's a little dank, though, is it not? I mean, considering we had all these options. We had all these options to look at, right? Even this check to look at. All the revealing attacks. It's as simple as knowing, like, because I'm not considering falling back and taking the bishop. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm still looking at ways to come into the enemy's position somehow. I'm not thinking to move my queen back in guard. I'm just... Complicated. Especially when I'm already looking at all the other ways that this position could be played. You know, because here and here works, but he's not going to play here. He's just going to move back. Okay. Complicated. Very complicated. All right, let's look at this. I wanted to know what the analysis was on this one. Okay, that's the right move, and we had that. We did have that. Okay, but I wanted to know after this. See, this is what they play, but what if they like just move the knight away? What is a3? Why a3? The computer actually says queen e3 here is the best move. This is what it's recommending as the best move for white. And then you do pick up the knight. And then you play knight e4, and then you alleviate the pin. What? Okay. See, that wasn't clear to me. I get it. Like, if I knew the computer was going to play that, if I knew for certain the computer was going to play this, it's an inaccuracy. The computer plays an inaccuracy against us. There were so many other things to calculate here about how the enemy plays this position. Is this clear of why this is okay? Isn't okay? I mean, is it really that clear to know why the opponent can't just move his knight away? I mean, this is what the computer is saying. It's like you're going to lose a knight anyway, so just let yourself lose the knight. I don't know. That's a little dank for me. Nikita, hello. We just finished our morning puzzles. How are you doing? Right, exactly. There's all kinds of other moves, Suzuya, right? Like after here, like after pawn takes bishop, and this is why this was such a hard puzzle for me. For me at my level, it's like it is not like, yeah, I see this, and then I'm thinking, okay, bishop takes, pawn takes, right? And then I'm looking at this position. I'm looking at this position here, and I'm trying to think of all the things that our opponent can do, and I'm thinking knight moves, I'm thinking queen moves, I'm thinking ways to alleviate this pin. I'm not thinking a3 is happening. I am not thinking a3 is happening. That's not even in my field of vision. Okay. All right. It's very instructive, though. Very instructive. Then there was one other thing I wanted to take a look at, and it was this one. Let me adjust this slightly so it can be seen a little bit easier. Whoop. Okay, we know what the answer to this one was. I just wanted to, there was this one we missed. Oh, okay, yeah, this is the one we missed. So here and then here. It was my first instinct to make that move. What I was worried about in this position was if here taking. No, that wasn't it. What was I worried about? I was worried about rook takes pawn. And I convinced myself the knight was a problem. I convinced myself the knight wasn't there and the rook could just like magically jump over the horse to take the pawn. Whoops. Yeah, that's my bad. That is my bad. Whoopsie. Okay. All right. That was fun. Ants, would you prefer to play a game or review a game? I did say I would review a game if you like one. If you'd also like to play a game, we can do that either. What is your pleasure, Ants, if you are still around? Let me fix my board in the meantime. I'm on the wrong scene. This is probably better. Yes, much better. Much better.
That's a high one.
Oh, it's up to you. We can play a game, whatever game you like. Okay. What?
I'll play you.
Awesome. I am on Play Online if you would like to challenge me in whatever you want. 10-minute or less, any time control, any variant, anything you like. What was your pleasure? Suzuya, sorry. I'm meeting new people today. I'm meeting all kinds of people. No Face, Zoc, Treeborn. Thank you so much for participating in the puzzles. That was very fun. Hold on, no. This is a little bit too long. A little bit too long of a time. We can either play just one game or we can do a 10-minute and play two. What would you prefer? Would you like to play this one out or would you like a slightly lower time control? Because 15 minutes is like that. This would take an hour. Like playing two games would take an hour. It's a bit too long for a 15 and 10. That could actually take over an hour. So we can play 10-minute or less, whatever you like. Or we can play this. We can play a 15-minute game, but then we can only play one. Okay. Makes sense. I'm going to start with d4 just because it's early in the morning. And I just want to have a little bit of fun with stuff I know. He plays the Nikita move, which is c5, which always tends to throw me in this position. So I'm just going to push that pawn forward and just play from there. So currently we are just playing some viewers. We just finished our puzzles. We went through puzzles a little bit faster today. We had a lot of cool people helping out. Again, Treeborn, No Face, Suzuya, anyone else who came by and took part in puzzles. Zoc. Why are there so many lemons? Huh? Buttered corn. Hello on the YouTube side, by the way. I missed that. We were so locked in on puzzles. I didn't see your original message. Thank you so much for coming by and saying hello. Raina on YouTube as well. Am I Bangladeshi? I am not. I am Kentucky. I'm a Kentuckian from the United States of America. It is 8:38 in the morning over here in Kentucky, and I'm having a fantastic day. How are you doing? Are you from Bangladesh, Reina? Brazilian, no face. That's very cool. I just recently read an entire article about the line of demarcation and why Brazilians have Portuguese in as their official language, where everyone else seems to have Spanish. And I didn't know a lot of that. I took a European history course in college, but it didn't cover the years and where the colonies were happening. It focused mostly on the Greek Empire and up through, I think, the 1500s. I don't remember exactly when the line of demarcation was set, and you had Spain and Portugal colonizing the New World. But I read a fascinating article about that. Canada. Okay. Are you from the densely populated southeast of Canada or southern border in general? Or are you all the way up there in the northwest regions, and maybe you're out there towards Baffin Island? I think Canada should let me buy Baffin Island because it is an amazing island. It's one of the largest islands in the world, but it's also so far north. I don't know how people live there. I don't get it. So they should just give it to me, and I will colonize Baffin Island myself. There is no one there, right? Like, it's completely... There's Toronto. Toronto's a big one. I've always wanted to visit Toronto. I really wanted to visit Vancouver, though, because of the casinos. I hear Vancouver has some really cool casinos, and I do like to gamble a little bit. I don't do it often. I haven't gambled in, like, over a year and a half now, but I do enjoy a little bit of the gamba. And Vancouver, I hear, has some of the most picturesque casinos and cityscapes in Canada. What is a spirit bear? What is a spirit bear? Legacy. I am unaware of the concept of a spirit bear. That's cool, man. Brazilian history is pretty interesting, if I do say so. I think so. And Brazil is just so huge. I also read how there's something called a screw fly, which attacks cattle, and we are fighting a war against it in the States by weaponizing genetically modified screw flies to keep them at bay. But the Brazilian rainforest is so huge that they can only be driven back as far as the Brazilian rainforest and no further, and the screw flies always find a way to make it out of the Brazilian rainforest because it's just so huge that they just can't be contained there. Look up bears you can walk up to. Oh my goodness. Do I get to wrestle them? Are these bears? I know there's bears that you can wrestle in certain parts of the United States. Are these wrestling bears? Can I go wrestle a bear up at the Spirit Bear place? I think one of my favorite geography facts, just the northmost point of Brazil is closer to Canada than its southmost point. Wait, what? The northmost point of Brazil is closer to Canada than its southernmost point because of the going south around. Are you sure the southernmost point isn't closer to Canada? It feels like maybe if you went around the globe, because Canada goes so far north and Brazil you go so far fast, it might be quicker to get to Canada by going around the South Pole. Or am I misunderstanding that? I'd have to get a globe out. Now No Face wants me to get a globe out because I want to get a globe out. So I want to know why. I got to know why. I am going to take this file. No, I mean the northernmost is close to Canada than its own southmost point. You mean Canada's northernmost point? Hold on. I get what you're saying. I think I get what you're saying. I think. Let me clarify. Let's see. I'm just looking it up just to be 100% sure I know what you're talking about. Southern Canada is thousands of kilometers closer to Brazil. Oh, okay. Due to its extreme Arctic location. So it's about 1,300. So it's about 4,000 kilometers closer. Cool. That is a cool fact. That is a very cool fact, No Face. No, you're fine. English is hard. I don't know why we make English as complicated as it is. It certainly doesn't need to be, and yet we find ways to make it. So, okay. Let's see if we can relieve some pressure off of A2 by just moving it off of A2. If my opponent wants to trade everything off on C3, that's fine. I get a nice open file. But they do not. I would like at some point to be able to push this pawn. I don't see how it's possible yet. I don't particularly like my bishop here. I'm just going to move it back to F1. I meant that the northernmost part of Brazil is actually physically closer to Canada than it is to the southernmost part of Brazil. Oh, I did completely misunderstand. That is 100% clear to me now. What is it really? Brazil is that much? Is that chonky? Is that much of a big boy this way? Like from top to bottom, is that long, huh? That's a long boy. That's a long boy right there. Wow, that's a fact I won't forget. Thank you, No Face. I like factoids like that. Can I make this move now? Can I make this move now? I want to make this move. Can I make this move? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. No, I guess I can't. I guess I can't. Okay. Let's move our queen out of this pin so I can move my knight. Because I feel like an attack is about to happen on my knight. I want my queen off of D2 because I want to move my knight. That's a big thing. That is the big thing. I don't know. Maybe this was a better move, though. Not sure. Maybe I moved a little bit fast there. What when you're asking what No Face's native language is, I imagine it's probably English or Portuguese. I imagine they speak a lot of English in Brazil. I would think. Could be wrong. I'm going to take that and then probably just push. So I can just put maximum pressure now. Maximum pressure on E5. I wanted to break this center open for a while now, and I think that gives me a way to do so. Oh, nice move. I wasn't even looking at that. All right. Well, I just blundered my queen because, you know, as we do, as one does, as I have done many times before. This will not be the first, and it certainly will not be the last. We're going to push anyway. Very good tactic. I just wasn't paying attention to the possibility that that was a pin. Just sort of wild. Portuguese. Search for a non-Mercator map. It shows the true size of countries. Well, it depends. I read an interesting article about maps, too, No Face. I'm a very big map enjoyer. With the exception of a globe, like an actual globe that represents the actual shape of the Earth, all maps have problems. They all distort in some way because you just can't take a spherical... Or you really just can't take any three-dimensional surface and squish it down into a two-dimensional surface. I read an entire article on this about the math behind it and how it works, and there's all kinds of different maps. You have the Mercator projection, but there's all kinds of other projections of the globe onto a 2D surface, and they all have their issues. They all have problems. It either causes countries in the south to expand or the ones in the center, because at some point you have to stretch the globe to stick it on a 2D one. There's a very cool map where they take the entire globe and they break it into triangles, like little bitty triangles, and then they piece them together, but it ends up looking like this jagged mesh of triangles, and it's like it's one of the better 2D representations of the planet because of the size. It maintains the size of most things with very little distortion, but the map is nigh unreadable. Like it's it's like, okay, I need to like jump over this gap in this map to understand that these two pieces are connected. It's pretty cool. I mean, in the city, they speak more English, but it's really not prevalent. Really? I'm from Tocantins, which is at the foot of the Amazon. The Amazon is gigantic. Which foot? Which foot? Okay, I'm going to take this pawn. Just look at it from space. Suzuya, always with the big brain. Suzuya always knows exactly how to solve issues. Just look at it from space. Have you not been space? Just go space and look. I like that. I like that a lot. Does that do it? Does that even do anything? I don't really have an attack over there. Putting the bishop here ended up being a major problem for me, didn't it? Well, I'm going to move there anyway, though. I think we might be able to shake something loose on the 7th. The left foot. What about the left foot? Do I see? Whose left foot? My left foot? Are you asking to see my feet legacy? I don't give free feet pics out. You got to go to footfinder.com if you want feet pics. Okay, that's a little confusing. I see no major threat. I'm just going to take that. If you have a threat there, you're going to show it to me. Show me the threat. I got to know. I got to know what your plan is here. Because it looked like that was a free bishop. That's what it looked like. I don't want to trade off, but I kind of have to. Kind of have to. I can't let the rook stay on that open file by himself. Not a foot guy. How can you not be? Are you saying you have no feet? OG Legacy, are you saying you are sitting over there on kick.com with no feet at all? Okay, now I can't take, and I see that. I'd like to take, I just can't. Let me think. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. This doesn't work either. Minimally, he can win both rooks for a queen. I don't like that. That I don't like. That I do not like one bit. Do I have to take and just move away and give up that open file? I might have to. Might have to. Might indeed have to. Okay, okay. Could also move maybe here. No, that doesn't work. That just does not work, does it? That just does not work. This doesn't work either. Does this work? Maybe this work? No, that don't work either because of takes, or takes, mate. Don't want either of those. Wow. Wow. Queen F2 is a heck of a move, good sir. It is a heck of a move. I don't see anything other than just taking here. I don't see it. If there's something else, I don't see it. It's not good. This is definitely not good for me. Definitely not good. Now, I can't take that. As much as I would like to take that, I cannot take it. It cannot be taken. It would be a loss. It would be a travesty. I'm going to lose anyway, but that would be an instant loss. I guess we move here. Keep it coordinated with the knight. This is not good. Not good at all. Kind of stuck on my back rank here. Yep. Saw that coming. Nothing I can do about that. Okay, okay. Alrighty. Have to play something like this. If I'm not playing something like this, I'm just gonna lose. Had to find somewhere to go. Had to find somewhere to go. Ants is playing very, very well. I guess for us, there's only 1 foot, maybe. No feet are not.
Give one good reason that Earth is flat.
I don't know what other foot there is. We're situated between the Amazon and Cerrado, which is savanna. All right. I mean, the Amazon rainforest is just gigantic, is my point. So it's like, There's got to be a huge divide, like where the Amazon rainforest ends has got to be gigantic, right? Like absolutely massive. One good reason the Earth isn't flat. Who says it's not flat? We have a follower of the channel who says the Earth is flat. I mean, don't we take him at his word? Do we not believe that this is the case? Is the case not this? Give me a sec. Well, we're gonna throw in this check regardless. Plus, I'm out of time. Like, to be clear, I'm just out of time in this position. Here. Oh, I could have just taken that with check, couldn't I have? I could have just taken that with check. Ah, oh well. Ah, well. Ah, oh well. Move back. Let's see if I can lose this game, not on time, but over the board. That would be quite splendid. Quite splendid indeed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think I'm going to lose on time too, aren't I? Okay. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Take. Here. Move the king out. Gotta take that. No choice. No choice. And I'm out of time. Great game, Ants. A great game. I'm going to send you a challenge. Feel free to accept or not. Let's see. I'm currently in the UK getting my degree, hence the English. Take the rook. Oh, I don't know. I was with check, then it's queen versus rook and bishop. Yeah, that probably would have been fine too. I had the ability to win the rook earlier. I just missed it. And Ants was playing very well. Shiv, hello. How are you doing this fine morning? How are you doing this fine morning? Suzuki, I really want to see your blunder, by the way. I really want to see your blunder when you have a chance to show. Oh, he played fine.
I'm gonna lose on white. I only studied black/Sicilian.
That's okay. It's the game is more than opening theory. It's like I sometimes I come out of the opening just absolutely terrible because I just like to play an interesting middle game. Okay, tell me when you're after the game. Okay. This is like right after this. Shiv, if you're around afterwards, I would love to play you in a game as well. Or anybody else. If you want to play me, if you would like to do an analysis of a game, we can do that too. And then after that's all done, I'm going to be online for a couple hours yet. It's going to be a good morning. I'm sitting here enjoying the last of my coffee. We did our puzzles. We're playing Ants. We were talking about Portuguese and the line of demarcation and the Amazon rainforest and why the Earth is flat. I can give you reasons why the Earth isn't flat. I can give you all kinds of reasons why the Earth isn't flat, but, you know, you could say the Earth is flat. It wouldn't be wrong to say the Earth is flat, especially from local observers. You could certainly say that, and it would certainly be accurate. You could also say that the entire universe is curved. And if the entire universe was curved, then everything in it is also bent. So that would mean it's not flat. That would be a good reason. So there's all kinds of ways the Earth might be flat. Okay, yeah, absolutely no face.
Any valid reason is what I meant, and you know that.
Any valid reason? Any valid reason. Okay, do you know what a Foucault pendulum is? The Foucault pendulum says the Earth is spinning and is round as a result. The Foucault pendulum. That's the reason why. That is a good reason why the Earth isn't flat, because we have angular momentum, which is demonstrated as being true because of the amazing experiment done by Foucault. Has anyone been to a public library where they have a Foucault pendulum or a science museum? It's a really interesting concept. The concept is very simple. If you have a pendulum and you swing it back and then you let it drop, right? It goes back and it goes forth like this, right? This is a pendulum, right? Like in a clock. But what happens is if it's free to go in any direction at all, what you find is if you peel it back and you let it and you let it go back and forth, it will eventually start spinning this way, back and forth this way, because it's stealing angular momentum from the planet, and so very slowly over time, it's going back and forth in different directions because it's stealing angular momentum from the planet as it spins on its axis. Foucault pendulums are very cool, by the way. Just very cool in general. If you ever have a chance to see a Foucault pendulum, it's really neat because very oftentimes they put wooden pegs, like in a circle around the Foucault pendulum, so the pendulum can just come by and knock it over like a domino. Very cool thing. Just keep a square open for my bishop. No Face. After we look at Suzuya's blunder, I would love to play you. By the by. Do I want to trade that off? Sure, but only on my terms. If you want to allow me to open my H file, we can certainly trade. We do have Song Request open, by the way. Our bot isn't working, I think, still. But that's okay. We don't need the bot to work. The bot, you know, I never liked that bot anyway. The bot always seems to have its issues. Okay, now we are officially in the end game. The queens have come off the board. Most of the minors are gone too. We got a bishop pair versus the knight and the bishop. I am castling on this side. My opponent has some weakness in the position, but so do I. This should be an interesting end game. This should be an interesting end game, indeed. I think my knight's going to be much more valuable than at least one of his bishops. Something about MIT? What about MIT? What about MIT? What did MIT do? What did the MIT do now? This might be too passive, so I'm going to play up, in fact. I'm going to play up just so I can play this pawn forward, and then I can move back. If he chooses to move the pawn forward and weaken his position, I'm okay with that. 100% okay with that. But worst case scenario, I can just trade off later. Something about MIT. What did MIT do? Unless we're talking about the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which is just an awesome name. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Where we have MIT robots and tech generally being built. Very cool. I considered applying to MIT. I wasn't likely to get in, but I do have a degree in math, and I was very interested in science and engineering and mathematics, and MIT is the hotbed. It is a welcome destination for all people who want to get into it. Is it so hard to get in? Well, it depends. It's not hard if you have good grades. If you're meeting, like MIT is one of those places where if you have good recommendations and good grades, it's not hard to get into MIT. I don't think so at all. Oh, it's expensive though. Like I tell you what, there was an interesting article about the state of college in the U.S. and colleges are so hungry for people to come in. It's like there's still a very, very high demand for students in colleges. It's like they're not shooing anyone away, and so. The way colleges are looking at things right now is if you can afford it, like if you can get someone to pay for it, they'll practically just open the doors wide for you to come in. I'm worried about what happens if here or here, because then the pawn is a problem. I'm not sure if doubling up the rooks on the H file makes sense here. I kind of almost would rather just here, or... You know, we could just pull the knight back as planned. This was the plan. This was the plan, after all. Now that we have our pawn forward, and we can look to push now. Not right now, but the idea is eventually we're going to get that push in. That's fine. If my opponent wants to trade, I think I'm going to have a very happy position in the center of the board. So... Matter of fact, I might be able to just push now. Takes. Center. Yeah, that works. I like this push now. If takes, then we have just all kinds of protection. We can even undouble our pawns after a little bit of trading. And we're threatening this pawn takes now. Okay, and if that happens, now we just centralize our bishop on this beautiful diagonal. And again, if we trade, that is just 100% okay with me. There's some weaknesses on the B file, on the B pawn. There's a weakness on the C pawn as well. Okay, I think that just loses, unless I'm missing something. We trade rooks, but at the end of it, I get your bishop. So, after nearly 2 full games, Ant in my PC makes his first blunder of the match. Ant's, you're playing amazing. You're playing an amazing game of chess. I think for applying in MIT costs about $100 just to apply. Yeah, but $100 application fee is nothing considering the tuition. What does anyone think?
I mouse slipped.
Your mouse slipped. If I knew how to take back, is there a take back in this game? I don't know how to do a take back. I don't know if there's a take back command in chess.com, or I don't know. Like if there's a way to do a take back, I'm unaware of it.
No, it's fine.
You're playing amazing, Ant. By the way, you're absolutely playing amazing. How much do you think? Like, does anyone have an idea of how much? And let's say you're in state. Let's say you're in state, so you live in there. Because if people aren't aware, in the United States, if you're in the state in which, like, if you're already a resident, it's cheaper to go to college in that state. How much do you suppose an in-state tuition to go to MIT is a semester or a year? Let's just say a year. How much is the average cost per year in tuition to attend MIT? How much do you suppose that is? So, $100 application for Shiv, right? Very expensive. Very, very expensive. Right? It seems that way. But how much do you suppose it costs to go there per year on average? Any ideas? Any guesses before I tell you? Because I've already looked it up. No.
Hi, I want to show my game.
Sure. We got a couple people in front of you, Reki, but I want to look at I do want to look at Suzuya's blunder. I want to play No Face and Shiv, but after all that, I would love to see your game, Reki. I would love to see your game, in fact. Okay, we have Rook. Not too worried about it. I can probably just take the pawn. I mean, should I bother breaking that? I guess I should. Let's move our king onto a dark square. Yeah, exactly, No Face. It's $9,709 a year for England. For MIT, in-state, $66,720 per year. $66,720 per year to go to MIT. Yes. MIT is what we call expensive. It is expensive school. It's very expensive to go to MIT. It's a world-class university, but it's not expensive. Now, don't get me wrong, because they have a very generous endowment. If your family, like if you're not coming from money, you do get a discount, right? Like there's all kinds of ways you can get in there more cheaply. But yeah, if you're just going to MIT, like you just say, I want to go to MIT, I want to apply to go to MIT. I don't think I did the Inst-28, but the average cost of an MIT student per year is $66,720 per student. If you want to go to MIT, that's how much it'll cost you. Yeah, I definitely want to trade. I want to keep the knight off of my second rank as well, or the rook. Well, yeah, you can always get scholarships. You can always get financial aid. That's true of any place, though, Shiv, right? No matter what college you get, no matter what your grades, you can find someone to help finance it. If we have time, 100% will be. If we have time. And I'm going to be online for 8 hours a day. If we don't do it in the morning, I'll be doing it in the evening. But right now, I'm playing viewers, at least for the next hour. I'll leave that open. But in the last hour, we're going to do one of two things. I told Leviathan if he stops by, I would be playing shells.io for 20, 30 minutes. I don't know if that's going to be happening. It's probably not going to be happening in the morning. If Leviathan shows up, it'll probably be in the evening. Yeah, there's no MIT in England. Well, maybe there is. Is there an MIT in England? Maybe there's an MIT you haven't thought about. Maybe there's some Manchester Institute of Tortoises. You know, maybe have you ever heard of the Manchester Institute of Tortoises? Maybe that's a place. Let's see.
My
Is
first
there
game you need to
anything
see.
called MIT in England or in the UK? I would love to see your game just after Suzuya.
Can you do
No Face,
2
and Shift.
games?
After everyone else, yes, 100% can. Would love to take a look at a couple of your games. Oxford in England. No, there's no institution called MIT in the UK. MIT is no. Hold on. There is something. The Imperial College is called British MIT. Anything at all with MIT as an acronym in the UK. I mean, they have Cambridge. Yeah, they definitely have. Look, Cambridge. Oh God, there was an amazing fact about Cambridge. What was it? Cambridge is so old. When was Cambridge founded? Like, I think it said like it's so old. What was it? Was it the Napoleonic? There was something. There was something there. But I don't remember. I'll look it up. in a second. Hold on. Like, when was Cambridge founded, and what was happening in the world at the time? Okay, let's see. Here. That. No, I don't like that. We'll just block. Cambridge was founded in 1209. It is nearly a millennium old. The Crusades were happening during the time. Like, the Crusades were going on, and Cambridge was around. That's crazy, right? That's just kind of crazy. 1209. That thing has been around forever. That's so cool. Okay, was there... Where was the last... What happened? Grok! Come on! Okay. Alright, let's shut the rook back out of the position. And once we are rid of this pawn, the pesky rook attacking us should be no longer an issue. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. So, the UK has a place called the Major Investigation Team, the Murder Investigation Team, a British TV police procedural drama series. So maybe we mean that MIT. Who knows? Are we talking about the Murder Investigation Team, a British television police procedural drama that was on air from 2003 to 2005? You have the MIT Incorporation UK Limited, a private limited company that's been active since 1972. Is that what we're talking about? Maybe that's what we're talking about. LAFD, open up. Why is the fire department? Why is the LA fire department? I'm in Kentucky. What is the Los Angeles fire department doing in my neck of the woods? I've had some arguments with English people. LOL. My dorm is literally within walking distance to a real life castle. They're so used to it they don't get how awesome it is. That is awesome. You know, I saw a whole series about how to buy a castle. In fact, it's like apparently there's a lot of castles in the world that are pretty cheap because they're expensive. Like, in other words, there was this woman who's bought a castle because the upkeep on it was so high they practically gave the castle away for free. Which, you know, crazy to me. Crazy to me. Okay, we can go here. And this is my idea. This is my idea to protect this pawn. Occasional references in tech or business context. Friends, but nothing on them. Okay. There's a pub in England established in 947 AD. Yeah, that's a long time ago. What was happening in 947 AD? What were major world events in 1970? What'd you say? I missed it. I missed it.
Noobed open up.
NYPD! I'm not around there either. Okay, in 947 AD, yeah, you had wow. Wow. The Chitan from the Liao dynasty, and oh my gosh. The Ottoman Empire was still around. That's for sure, apparently. It's kind of funny to think about just how short a human lifespan is, 100 years, right? The US is one of the youngest countries in the world, and we're not even 300 years old. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. I'm just gonna push some pawns. This is solid. This is rock solid here, and it's protecting our queening square. We just need a little bit extra pawn to help out, so this rook is not in our way anymore. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That is a very, very old pub. I think my opponent is going to run out of pieces soon. I believe so. I believe the pieces are about to be kaput. Where? Bah. Good game. Great games. Great games, Ant. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. It's really you've given me a lot of fun games this morning. Appreciate that. That was especially that first one. That was really good. You played so well. I'm sorry about the mouse slip. If I knew a way to take back moves, when I used to play on the free internet chess server, I knew there was just a button you pressed and to request a take back, and there was a voice that came online that said take back requested in a really robotic voice, because voices were really not that great at the time. Yeah, just 6 though. I only gained 5 points for that. Suzuya, are you still about? Are you still about? Perchance, perschmaps? I would love to see your blunder. What am I listening to? It's a long song.
I accidentally took your rating first game.
You didn't accidentally do anything. You won the rating. You won the rating. At some point, I need to work on getting my rapid rating up, though, because I only play rapid against viewers, and I just don't want to win against viewers. I have no motivation to win against any viewer, because I think you all are awesome. I'd rather lose, which is kind of weird to think about. You know what I mean? It's like I find everyone here so interesting and fascinating. I would rather lose against any of you. What is KEPD? What is that? The Kansas Exeter Police Department? The KEPD? Is it the Kappa Executive Police Department? Is that the Dan Clancy special? We've got a bunch of Kappa policemen running around.
Kentucky PD.
Is that really what they call it? I think that's KYPD, isn't it? Let me look up. I would think it'd be KYPD. Kentucky Plumbing. Ooh.
I'm more than happy to even make it to endgame with you, since it's only my second day playing chess.
It's only your second day playing chess? You're doing amazing then, Ants.
KYPD.
You're doing amazing. Quite amazing. Yes, KYPD. Though, like you said, most police departments are city-based or like region-based. So like Los Angeles Police Department, New York City Police Department. It would be like we have around here. I don't want to say the exact city I'm in, but it's like our city name, our city letter, and then PD comes right after it. Amandevs absolutely can. Just there's a couple people in front who I'm currently looking at. I think Suzuya is currently. You certainly can, man. But Shiv, let me just see everyone else. Shiv, you are still around. Would you like to play a couple games? Do you Heisenberg Uncertainty Principle? I do Heisenberg Uncertainty Principle. Is Cat dead? Is Cat alive? Who knows? We only know by checking in the box. It's the idea of what is it? The Heisenberg interpretation of quantum reality. It doesn't seem to be carrier waves. Heisenberg does seem to be the way the quantum world works, which is kind of crazy. If no one is aware of the Schrodinger cat thought experiment, a lot of people get what that is. You have sent a friend request? I will accept your friend request. It is accepted. Shiv, would you like to play a game though? If not, I'm going to ask Reki to review a couple of his games. That is the plan. We do have a giveaway happening if anyone is curious about that. On May 31st, we're giving away a Steam gift card worth $25 or something of equivalent value. Shiv, yes, thank you. Love that. Okay, so Shiv and I are going to play a couple games. Shiv has decided to play a 3-0 game. We're going to play a Shigorin, apparently. Supposedly that's what this is. Queen's Pawn opening, Shigorin. All right, I'm just going to fortify the center and start moving my pieces out. Okay, very aggressive queen move from Shiv. We're playing a 3-0 game. What's my peak elo? Depends on what game we're talking about, what variant. If we're talking about Blitz, I think my peak was around 2100, and it was off of a win streak. I didn't deserve to be a 2100. I was playing the same person who just would not stop playing me. And so very good. Good game, Shiv. I'm going to send you a rematch. Awesome. Thank you. So, my peak I'm on ever, and that was a long time ago. I'm nowhere near as good as I used to be at the game of chess. My peak was about 2100. Currently, when I'm not streaming, I play Blitz at about an 1800 level. Just maybe a little bit above an 1800 level. That's how good at the game of chess I am. About 1800. But I don't really play that good anymore. I mean, like in the 2000s. Rapid, never played a lot of Rapid. I was just kind of a Blitz and Bullet Andy. But my peak Rapid rating, I believe, was around 1950. And that was on the free internet chess server, which is about the same. And but on chess.com, I think right now, because I just play viewers, I only play viewers in Rapid. My Rapid rating is very low because I keep losing against people who are very low players. Tunisian Chad, happy Sunday. How are you doing over on kick.com? How has the stream grind been going? I've been rooting for you. I hope you're doing amazing over on Kick. I love being on Kick. I love everyone who comes over from Kick. So it's been great. How has it been for you? Yeah. Yeah, I did. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to Rapid, I've never played Rapid on chess.com before. That's what I'm saying. It's a completely new experience, even playing Rapid at all on chess.com, because ever since I made the switch from the free internet chess server to chess.com, I never played a single game of Rapid. And so then I started streaming and viewers wanted to play 10-0 games.
Needs a job.
And I just didn't want to win. Who needs a job? Me? I need a job? I have a job. I have a part-time job too. I'm not sure you know, Reki, but I stream about 40 hours a week. Like, that's what I'm currently doing. I stream every day of the week, and in total, I stream about 40, a little over 40 hours a week. But I also have a part-time job that I work for about 12 hours a week as well. This is currently covered. It's been a busy weekend. Has it been a good weekend, though? Like, it's been incredibly busy for me as well, but it's also been enjoyable. Like, I've really been enjoying my weekend a lot. I've just been very busy. I streamed 10 hours yesterday. Didn't I do a double stream on Friday? Yeah, I did a morning.
So you make
and
good
an afternoon.
money, BC. You doing part-time job?
I make decent money. Yeah, decent. It's not a whole lot, but it's enough to get by.
Well, you are a CEO.
I wish. I'm a chief executive officer of my own life. Good game, Shiv. I'm gonna send you a rematch. Yes, let's play two more. Let's play a total of 4 since we're playing 3-0, and then I'm gonna ask Reki if he would like to see his games reviewed. Thank you. You as well, Tunisian chat. I hope whatever you're doing, however busy you are you being productive? Are you busy working on the stream? Are you busy in real life? Is it family? You don't have to go into details, but what is keeping Tunisian Chad busy in Tunisia? I'm mostly busy with stream. My part-time job is a very easy job, and it's only like 12 hours a week, so that's not hard to keep up with. What's keeping me busy is stream and family life. I actually have my sister in town, and I'm trying to spend as much time as I can with her. But
P3 or P2?
You are a P3 or P2? I'm gonna say I'm a P57.
I started as P2.
You start as a P2. I'm not sure what a P2 is. Work and internships. You're doing internships. Good for you. Internships can be rough depending on where you're at, whether it's paid or not. I think unpaid internships are kind of crap. I think they should be banned, but sometimes you need to do them. So whatever you're working on, I hope your work and your internships go well. If you're doing internships, it sounds like you got a good plan in life if you are already working on internships. Do you have
P2 is lower than P1, so like yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay. I'm trying. Well, yeah, the dream is always to do it as your main. I'm just starting out. I don't have any real good advice. I wish I did, but I don't really know how to be a good streamer. I just know how to stream myself and be and stream as I am. But I wish you nothing but the best. Maybe one day we'll both figure that part out. Masters in AI, majors in AI. Wow. That is quite amazing.
No, my bad, and P3 am just a higher up than this employee's damn an elite.
Oh, okay. Here? I think Shiv missed a tactic there, but that's okay. It is a blitz game. This is not like in a rapid game. Definitely would have saw that. Let's centralize our king and start pushing some pawns. Okay, I guess I'm forced to defend that. Don't want to, but I'm kind of forced to. Who cares? I care. I care a lot. Currently on break with a uni since I have no lectures anymore. But me and my fiance just got a house, which is a lot of work. You have a fiance? Awesome, man. Congratulations. I hope that works out. It's very hard to make it in this world. It's a lot easier when you have someone to work with. A lot easier when you build something together. I'm just going to push. I could take, but I'm just going to push. And I'm going to keep pushing because this rook is kind of out to lunch.
What is that word?
Oh, I can't move there. Ah. Which word? Fiancé? A fiancé is someone you're engaged to be wed. When you're engaged to be wed, you have a fiancé. Let's attack the bishop. Okay, let's take. I think that's fine. Here, attack the bishop. This is going to get swung over.
Doesn't exist. You still single in the law.
How are you still single? Well, yeah, you're still single until the marriage. Sure. But after, after you actually tie the knot, as they say, right? I'm going to try to swing around and gobble some pawns here. I think I can just push. Can I not just push? Hold on, whoa. Yeah, let's push. Let's take and then push. There we go. This is not a one game by any chance, but at least I win the bishop back. Yeah, let's guard that.
I don't make the law.
I don't make the law either. If I did, things would be a lot better around here. I tell you what. Things would be quite different if I was running things. A lot different. As you know, life is pretty hard. It is. And it gets harder the more you make it. I got to keep an eye on this pawn. This blocks off the king's access, and then we just start pushing pawns on this side of the board. And this is close. I'm not actually sure if I'm winning here or not. Not actually sure if this is a winning endgame or not. Okay, he gives up the defense of the pawn.
What is he, a rookie?
Woo. What is he, a rookie? I don't know. Could be. Could be. Start moving the king down the board. Tunisian Chad, you know, life's, yep, it is. I mean, no one said anything about it being law, right? Well, it is the law. I mean, it's like once you're married by law, right? But yeah, you're right.
He needs to see the Wookiee.
One more. Can we play one more, Shiv? He needs to see the... Is that a movie, The Rookie? I'm not sure I've seen The Rookie. Is that with, what's his name? The blonde-haired, what is that? What is that actor's name? Very popular actor of, in American cinema, but just a little bit before
The
my time.
episode movie.
Yes. I know what you're talking about. I'm just going to start shoving some pawns on that side of the board and see if we can't just shake something loose. Let's shove them on. Get all the pawns forward. Not sure where that knight's going. I'm sure it will let me know. I'm sure it will let me know where he is going. He is out over here just chilling on the B5 square. Okay. 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 I like that. I like having all this open space over here. I'm going to castle queenside anyway. Get my... undouble my pawns. Sure, I like that. Can I just take here? I think I can just take here. With check. With the check. Ooh, good sir. That is a free queen. That is a free queen. Then here... Good games. Reki, is this your game?
And the white pieces.
All right, let's look at it. Let us look at your game. I would love to look at your game. Thank you, Shiv, so much for the games. That was very fun. I hope you had a good time. I had a good time. Those were very fun Blitz games. Let's see, let me adjust the board so we can see this a little bit better. Boop. All right, let's do a game review. You said you are the white pieces.
My first Reki Damba UC dude.
You're fine, Shiv. You played very well through those 4 games. You can have bad moves, but don't worry about it too much. What did you say? My first Reki Gambit UC dude. Okay, let's look. It was, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with a game being lost. All right, we have some... You're playing... Okay, you said you're the black pieces here? You're not white? Are you sure? You're Ambatunata from... You got to be white, right? Oh, you are the white pieces. Oh, sorry. You did say you're the white pieces. That's my bad. All right, let's see what you did. Let's throw this through the analysis bar, and let's see what happened here. You played
In white.
E4. Yes, I gotcha. He played F6, the worst possible starting move for black. Love that. You bring out your knight. Cool. We're already off book, but that's okay.
Don't see my account, though.
Yeah, I see you down here. It's not the account I normally see you on, but that's fine. Okay, he develops his knight. Your queen comes out. You had, what did you have? Yeah, you had D4 is kind of crushing here. Just kind of completely capitalize on the center while your opponent is kind of stuck. But that's okay. Queen E2 is a fine move. Nothing wrong with it. That just drops so much pressure in the center of the board. I would snatch E takes D instantly.
I was 15.
And you move back. You were... Oh, you were 15 when you played this game. Ah, gotcha. Okay, you ignore because you're going in for the kill.
Oh, 14
I can appreciate this. I can appreciate this idea. You do need to be careful because your knight is hanging. It's a little premature, but okay. You force the king out, and okay, the king is just going to run away and attack. So once the king moves over, your queen's going to be under attack, as is your knight, and you're going to lose one or the other. Yep. So you're forced to move out, and then you lose your... What? What? What is this move? He is only 200 rated. To be fair, this Indonesian player, Ambatunat 69 is a very low rated player, but this is kind of crazy. That just immediately sacks Okay, then you castle, giving up your queen. Your knight is still under threat. You takes the queen finally, and you don't take back. You do not take the bishop back or relieve the pressure on your knight. You move rook e1 instead of just taking the bishop. That's cool. Nothing wrong. He trades. You take a pawn. He takes a bishop. You take a pawn. Very good. The queen centralizes instead of protecting his bishop. This is a very fun game. I like this. I like this a lot. I like this quite a bit. The rook goes back. Very good move. I don't know what that does because knight c3 here attacks the queen and the bishop, picking up one or the other. Okay, it's an interesting move, and the queen gets developed, and he sacks the queen on b1 because that is still under attack by the knight. So you take the queen. Great move. Great move. His other knight swings in. He is still not moved. His bishop and his knight off of the back square. You redevelop your knight for the third time this game, and he moved his knight. His knight has moved all over. How did this knight even get here? This knight moved like here, here. What? Where? How did this knight even get here? It was here at one point. So did he? I think he moved here, 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 and here, or something like this. See, this is kind of crazy. All to get his knight position on h6. You centralize your knight. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. He finally develops his bishop, and then you sack your knight on f6, saying, please, take my knight. Does he take the knight? He does. And then you play... Now we have two knights on the h-file, on the edge of the board. Knights on the rim are being cool out there. I love how low elo chess is just insane. It is. It's very cool. It's very fun to watch. Very fun. So then a d7 comes out. He finally on move... What move are we on? On move 20, he finally moves his knight off of the back rank for the first time. And you sack your other knight for no piece. There's no piece on g6. You're just like, please take my knight. And he doesn't take it. He does not take the free knight. Instead, he attacks it with the rook, thinking, if I'm going to take a knight, I'm taking it with a rook. I refuse to take it with anything else other than a rook. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, okay. So then you say, okay, if you won't take it with your pawn, take it with your bishop then. And he says, no. No, I refuse to take your pieces. I don't want to win pieces. I want to play knight to g4, which tacks absolutely nothing. And then you take his rook. Very nice. And rather than, this is the third square in a row where your knight has been, where he can just take it for free. Like, we had the knight takeable by the pawn. Then we had the knight takeable by the bishop. And now we have the knight takeable by the rook. And he says, no, I am going to play e4. Because I think this is a major attack, even though it's not an attack at all. And you take a pawn, giving up now 4 knight moves in a row where he can just take your knight. Is he going to take your knight? No, he is going to check, now causing a problem in defense of his own pieces when he moves to h2. And finally, after 5 chances of doing so, black finally takes the knight who's just been roaming around, causing chaos. He finally decides, okay, let's get that knight out of there. And then you correctly dislodge the protection of the bishop, which is the reason why he should have never taken this pawn in the first place. He throws his knight into chaos, giving up the bishop, and this knight has no way to get out. No way to get out. So you're going to win the bishop because the only move he forced you. He said, not only do I not like my bishop, I'm going to force you to take it because you have no option. It is the only legal move in the position. So you take the bishop, he takes with the pawn, and now his knight is trapped. It has nowhere to go. It has no squares to go to get out. F8 ensues. Suzuya, if you are around, by the way, I do apologize. If you are still around, I really still would love to see your blunder if you are about. No face as well. I would love to play you next. Also, by the way, you did ask for a game, right? No face. Because I have you written down as one. Okay, a check. You said I don't care about winning this knight for free. I want to go attack your king with my rook.
My second game too, dude.
It's like now the knight has an escape square. Your bishop is still attacked. Yeah, no, I get you. This is fun. This is fun. I like this. There's nothing wrong with this game. This is a very common game in low elo. He moves his king back, attacking your rook, and now he has escape squares for his knight, and you take a pawn. He again puts a knight on the h-file for seemingly no reason. He said, I don't care about getting my knight out of danger. I don't care about taking this free pawn that's just sitting here on f3. I want to play knight h5. I just like my knight on h5. And then you play a7. Rook a7. Rook is a7 is interesting. Because again, this pawn is hanging back here, and your king has no space. This is going to be a checkmate. If he takes rook f3, this is going to be a winning idea. And he takes it. Can he convert? Let's find out. You finally open up the square for your bishop, but sadly, it's a little late because now the position, I think, unless I'm mistaken, the winning line here is check, and depending on where the king goes, everything's going to get coordinated in, and you're going to be checkmated on the back rank if he sees it. That is a wrong move. That does nothing. It puts the knight 2 squares away over a diagonal, which means he's completely unhelpful now. I guess he had an idea of doing something like this, but that doesn't work because there's nothing protecting the rook on g3. You take another pawn. That walks into all kinds of chaos, including knight g4 check, which is going to force you onto the back rank, where yeah, you're going to get mated in very short order by the rook just coming back onto the back rank. Instead, he gives up his rook, and he says, please take my rook, and you do. The knights come in, and now your opponent, once his pawn leaves, isn't even going to have a mating idea. You are threatening here, and your opponent is just terrible. And he gives up the knight, and then it's just over from here. It's pretty much unlosable if you know what you're doing. He runs his knight into the corner. Okay, that forces a draw now because now the knight's getting out where it was trapped before. You come back in, and I'm going to get... Okay. Very confusing. What? So his knight decided, I want to play on c4.
Today?
No, I don't want to be on c4. I want to be back on a5. Fucking Billy, how's it going? I'm doing amazing. It is Sunday morning. I'm having a fantastic morning. We're looking at a game from Reckless Recky. This is the second game he ever played, apparently, when he was 14 or 15 years old. It is a low-rated game of chaos. The knight gets pushed back. This is a draw at this point because this bishop is... This is very clogging the toilet. It can never attack. The bishop can never attack the pawn. It's going to be forced to be traded at some point on b5 just to make progress, and then the knight can just sack for the other one.
My first game, dear, not my second.
You said my second game too, dude. Or you wanted me to look at your second game. Let's see. King f5 comes out. Now you're down a bishop. This is now if black can't. Now it's a lost game. Because the king can now infiltrate and come in and to the position.
My second game after.
If he lets his pawn get taken, it's a draw. And he does. This is now a draw.
30 kilometers like 3 hours ago. Took me 2
White comes in, check. And now it's a lost game again because now he can just push the pawn. Is he going to push the pawn? He is. The king needed to move forward to protect his pawn to have any chance left in this game, and he doesn't. The pawn is marching forward. The king is marching forward. King comes in, protection happens. Please tell me you don't chase that pawn. Check. Good. That's very questionable. You chase, and I don't know what black was doing, and then it's just a win. Very good. Do you have a second game? Yeah. Link me your second game. Suzuya, if you're around still, please link me your blunder. No face after this game. I would love to play you in a game of chess. Low elo chess is the purest form of chess. No thoughts, just straight vibes. Bad vibes sometimes, but still, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Tunisian Chad. After if Suzuki is around and no face, then Aman has asked for a game, and if not Aman, but sometimes people don't stick around. So if Aman's not here, then 100% would love to play you. Would 100% love to play. Reki, if you have your second game, let me know. I would love to take a look at it. Zachista P. I'm not sure what that means, but I like the names. It reminds me of sriracha because it starts with an S and a Z. Sriracha begins with an S and an R. So it's like you have two consonants sitting at the front of the word. So I like that a lot. Thank you so much for the follow on Kick. On Kick, hello from Kick. I am a Kick Andy. Generally, when I'm watching streams, it is also on Kick because most of the people I watch just happen to be over there. After Hikaru Nakamura went over to Kick.com, I just started watching there, and I've been watching there ever since. Blow this up. We do have open song requests. We do have giveaways happening if that is interesting to you. Oh, you played incredibly well.
This is my second account.
This is your second account. I see that because you are significantly higher rated, and you played very well at an 1150. Your opponent played incredibly well. Let us see what happened in this game. We have an E45 opening. Now we're in book games. Very good. This is okay. It's very common in lower elo games to make moves like this that block off your center. It happens all the time. It's not a major disadvantage. It does force a fork, as you can see,
My
of your two
opponent
pieces
is
here.
1600.
I see that. I see that. And so you walked into a fork. It happens. And then you take a pawn. There's all kinds of winning ideas here. Certainly developing the queen and putting pressure on the F7 square is going to be huge here. And that's exactly what he does. You castle, which means you give up the protection of your knight. You say, I don't like that knight. I hate his guts. I don't want to protect it. You could, for example, bring it back and just like hold on to your knight, and it also guards the square because it blocks the queen. But you castle, you give up the knight, and he grabs the open file. Very smart. Very smart.
See this 1600. This is going to be hilarious.
Okay. I am looking for the hilarity because you're playing very well at this point. Like this move, Rook E8 is great for your elo. Grabbing that open file is big. He's threatening to get into a mating run with all these pieces coming into the position. And minimally, he would win a queen. But you shoo the knight away, and he comes in for the check. Very smart. It's your only legal move, and he comes into the back. I personally, would I make that move right away?
You all you need to know.
Would I do that move right away? I guess I would. It's just important that the idea here is here, then you check. If pawn pushes, then you grab the G7 pawn, and you are absolutely going to win this by taking both pawns on the GNF file. Does your opponent realize that? No, he does not. He does not. He takes on the G7 square rather than throwing in the check
and
first.
the streamer.
Huh? What's happening? Reki this is what he calls games. So, like, Reki refers to games where he is losing the game, like over the board, but he comes back and wins the game, and he calls that a Reki gambit. We looked at one last night, and we're looking at a couple today. So he takes the pawn. That's a huge... I mean, it's still winning, but it's just a huge bad idea. Hopefully now he plays the right move, which is G5. It wins the queen because he's got to move the king out of the way. If he doesn't play bishop G5, I do wonder what he's doing. Okay, wins the queen. Okay, now he's being silly. Take the queen, finally. You recapture, and he starts trading off pieces. You decide you don't want the bishop.
Me.
And instead... he lets you take the pawn on bishop, and I don't know what this is. Why do this? This is going to be a problematic for you, especially the fact that he can just trade it on the c6 square, which he does. And then he takes the pawn. He says, "I don't care that your rook is coming in. You don't care that your rook is coming in. You play d6 just to protect your king. I can understand why d6 is played here." He's throwing in some checks. He thinks it's very common in this elo. Like my queen is so strong that I'm just going to throw it at my opponent. And now he's going to bring his other rook into play. You finally take the b2 pawn, which has been hanging. Very smart. Very smart to finally grab this pawn. It's a good job. If you can manage to get both rooks on your enemy's 7th.
I did 30 kilometers cycle
your
this
enemy's
morning.
2nd. That would be amazing. Fucking Billy, 30 kilometers is amazing. Good for you, sir. I love the morning. I'm going to get in a workout right before my day starts after stream. And so I'm looking forward to that as well. Is my English so bad? LOL, because that makes no sense to me. It's not. No face. Reki is from Albania. And so his English is a little tenuous as well. He's very good. I can understand him. But I am fair certain it is not his first language either. So that's all it is. I'm going to do your own thing. Hell yeah, dude. We'd have to hear to find out how good it is. Nikita, how is it going? How is it going? So he's looking. He sacks. He sacks the rook on e5. I can understand that I don't like it. I think there's a lot of cleaner ways to win this position, but he decides to go with this one. And then forks your knight. Now, hopefully... Oh, Lord. Painful.
I has an Ireki clock gambit.
Painful. This is about the only move that loses the game. And like, he can push any pawn at all. He can move his knight out. He can even sack here. He can even take your rook and give you his queen, and it is still a winning game. He does the only thing he should not do, which is take your rook, and he's got 8 minutes on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 1600 rated player with 7 minutes on the clock who decides to lose the game in one move because he sees a pawn, he sees a rook that is under attack, and he loses the game. Good game, Reki. Very, very, very well played. Good seeing this tactic. That is very smart to see the tactic and grab that open file. The getting your rook out onto the e file was probably the smartest thing you did in the game, and you took advantage of it. Good job. Very unlucky. No face. Would you like a game, good sir? If you would like a game, I am going to sit on play online.
I can show the Reki clock gambit.
We looked at a couple games. I would be more than happy either this evening when I stream or
Even
tomorrow.
I would do that, and in 300 ELO.
Are going to go for some football later. That's awesome. Even I would do that. Yeah, exactly. It's very common. That's a very what we just watched was a very common thing that happens in lower elo games. Being a 1600 though and doing it is a little weird. You should definitely not blow a mate in one because you're trying to take a rook with 7 minutes left on your clock. That is a very, very silly thing to do. You need to shrink the board a little bit over here just to get things over. Are you only blunders? Is that you, No Face? Okay, let's do it. We are playing 1 minute bullet games, so we must move very fast. I see a lot of pre-moves happening. Might try to take advantage of that at some point. And let's attack. I prefer to attack in bullet games to my heart's content. Check first. Take. Start shoving pawns. Nope. Okay. Here. Okay. Nice move. Oops. A lot of pre-moves.
Can I get in line?
You sure can. You sure can, Billy. Let me put you down. Billy! Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to send you a rematch. You did draw that game by stalemate. You moved very fast. You had 20 seconds on the clock. I will tell you, I'm going to try to punish you now.
Where in line am I?
After you, Amon and Tunisian chat, if you would like a game. All right, let me focus up a little bit.
Good, I have to practice.
You have to practice. Good. I'm glad. Gotta watch your pre-moves. Gotta watch the pre-moves. Ooh, interesting. Good game. Good game. Very good game. Yep, gotta watch your pre-moves. If you do nothing but pre-moves, you're gonna have a little bit of a problem. There are things called pre-moves, and there are things called safe pre-moves. Sorry if I'm a little bit quiet. I'm trying to lock in. Blunders here is actually pretty decent at this game of Bullet, and I need a little bit more concentration than usual to have any good chance of giving him a good game.
Did you see that Hikaru pre-move all game and checkmated?
Oh, yeah. I posted a clip myself where I pre-moved something like 7 or 8 moves all at once myself. It's very fun when you find those. Very, very fun. Okay. We can do that. Careful. Careful. Check. Nice move. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Sorry. Let's see. Where are you at? I'm sorry. I wanted to play a couple more games. Sorry, No Face. Can you re-challenge? How many games was that? I mean, we're playing 1-minute games, so... Let's see here. Where did you go? Can you re-challenge me? I do apologize. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. Let's see. Me and my friends are going to go for some football later, though I had leg day yesterday, so probably going to do... Nah, you'll be fine.
It's so cool what you did with the Chanel points.
Thank you. Thank you for saying. I'm constantly trying to upgrade things. Let's see. We're 1.5. That's 3. So that means we've played 3 games. Let's play, since we're playing Bullet, just play a few more and see how they go. Okay. Sure. Okay. Careful. Careful, careful. No, thank you. Okay. Attack upon. Good game. Good game. Good game. That was a fun one. That was a fun one. Great game. Can I get in line? Yes. Damn it. Where am I in line? Yeah, I told you where you were in line. Did you see that heck? I did. That was very fun. Tunisian. Yeah. Thank you so much, Billy, for noticing the channel points. They're not perfect yet. There's a few things I couldn't get to work, but it's a good start, right? Now we have limes. We have a lot of cool things happening.
Recky Dambit, Wetty Clock Dambit, Wetty Resign Gambit.
I like how you create names for those. Okay. Might be hard to keep your queen over there. Safe, I mean. It's a fun game. This is very, very fun. Ooh. Good game. Good game. Let's do, what is that? That's 2, 2, 4, 5. Let's do one more. One more game. And then, Suzuya, if you're around, I would love to play. If not, Aman, if you're around, I would love to play. And if not, Tunisian Chad, if you are around, I would love to play. That will probably be it for individual challenges today. After that, I want to play a little bit of Blitz or Bullet or on with just some and just random queue, and we'll see how that goes.
Will you still play me?
100%. You are after. Did I not say you? So, Suzuya, Aman, Tunisian Chad, and then Billy.
Cold play you on forehead.
Here. Here. Okay.
Play you forehead.
I'm sorry, what? Nice. Very nice move. Very good move. I do apologize about that last game. I was incredibly distracted by a couple things over in chat. Very good games, though. You played amazing. You played very, very well. Thank you so much for the games. Very fun, No Face. We should definitely play some more Bullet. Aman, are you about by chance? Aman, are you around? If not, Tunisian Chad, are you about? You played very, very well, very well. Watch your pre-moves in the early game so you don't get punished by someone making, just a reckless move and just winning a piece because you're pre-moving. The pre-moves are so much more important in the middle game and with taking and in the end game. In the beginning, you got to be a little bit careful because if people catch wind that you're pre-moving your entire opening, they're going to throw in a check or a disruptive attack that you may not see, and you just might lose your queen because they're just throwing them at you. No Face, great games, though. Great games. Okay, Billy, would you like to play a game? Oh, there's Tunisian Chad. Cool. Tunisian Chad, what would you like to play? I'm down for anything 10 minutes or low, any variant. 10 minutes or less time control, any variant at all. We can play absolutely anything you like, any variant, any time control, 10 minutes or under. I will sit in, yes. Well, that's Billy. I'm sorry, Billy.
Lemon latch with smaller forehead, but you're lime latch with big forehead like KSI.
I don't know who Lemon Latch is, but I would love to play them if they have a small forehead. I would love to do that. Tunisian Chat. I don't remember. What was your username on chess.com? I see Reki. I see Ponit. I see... Can't remember. This is a new player who I just met today. Was that? I can't remember who that was. 10 minutes unrated? Great. Let's play 10 minutes unrated. I would love to play that, Tunisian. I just don't remember what your account name is. Nobody is just you without the lime.
Nobody is just you without the one.
That's fair. That's fair. We do have open song requests and we do have a giveaway happening if anybody is interested in joining the giveaway. It is a $25 Steam gift card. Tunisian chat, I don't remember what your username is on chess.com. Last standard? There you are. Awesome. Challenge to a standard 10 minutes.
How did you decide to be
no
alive?
rating. I decided because I had an account called Lilac, which was a play on the word lilac, because I like to play. I've been playing games like World of Warcraft and just games in general where you need to create names, right? And so I have a lot of names. I have dozens of names I was using. But I had a Marvel Rivals name that was already called Lilac, and I was planning on using that. But when I looked around on social media, there was already a couple Lilaches on, I think it was on TikTok in particular. It might have been Instagram. And so I just kept playing with the name, and I just kept just trying to different combinations of the name. And I came out with Limelatch, and I immediately liked it. And then when I looked, it wasn't taken on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, wasn't taken on Twitch, wasn't taken on anywhere at all. And so I stuck with it. And then I just went all in on the lime concept because I like limes.
I was called Scary and Sacco before.
See, there you go. So Reckless was playing off a name he already had, whereas I've been creating names. Some people, if you look at my bio, some people know me as Bembly. Because I've been going by Bembly for a long time on Kick and on Discord servers. So some people know me as Bembly. I've played as Gil. I've been an Enmei. I've been Mogworth. I've been a lot of names and a lot of different names. I went by Calvin for a very long time. But Limelatch, that's how I came up with Limelatch. I do play Rivals, no face. My peak in Rivals was Grandmaster. Anything above Grandmaster gets a little bit sweaty for me, so I don't even try to get past Grandmaster. So usually my MMO is to play into Grandmaster and then stop. That's what I do. And I would love to play some Marvel Rivals with you. We're gonna do community game nights on Wednesdays and Saturdays, but if you just ask, we can set it up. Like if you tell me you want to play later tonight, then I'll make room for you and we can just play tonight. If you want to, I will be live 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. And if you want to play, then I will make time for you. Just let me know. Just about anybody who recommends a game and tells me they'll be around, we'll play that game. Like currently, because you know how they demote you, right? Like I ended last game in high platinum, and so because I just wasn't playing a lot. I barely got out of my placements, so they
become new.
Then they dropped me into gold. Who is Frankie? Is Frankie from One Piece? Are we talking about the Frankie who builds ships on One Piece? Okay, we are solidly out of the opening now. I have a queen solidly placed here. I'm going to throw in this check and just retreat to C7 if need be. Like if he decides to defend.
Search at Frankie the Frog and Fire.
Okay, I will be more than happy to look at that. I guess we can play here actually and just try to play a little bit more provocatively. Sure, I will be more than happy to look that up. Frankie, frog on fire. Okay, the queen moves to guard the knight. I think I'm not seeing any major threats, so I am going to take this pawn, because a pawn is a pawn. And he cannot currently shoo me away. So I have this square. I'm going to attack. I'm going to pin this knight and make a threat on its life. There's no check for a knight move, so the knight is firmly affixed here. There's no desperado because it can't attack my queen. Oh, it's a streamer? Cool. I'm going to drop that a follow. Thank you so much. I am now following Frankie the Frog on Fire. I have never been in their chat before. Does he still stream? Because I only see clips from 4 months ago. Does Frankie still stream? Do you know, Reki? We are currently playing Tunisian Chad, by the way. If you are not aware, Tunisian Chad is a streamer on Kick.com, and so it would mean a lot for me if you checked out his channel and see if you like it.
I think is retired.
Ah, I see. This, what is my main? My main is this. Like, I'm just Limelatch on this. As far, if you, like, I only have one chess.com account. if you're talking about any other game, or like if we're talking about like Discord or like socials of any side, I have a Twitter account under my real name. Obviously, I'm not going to go spread that around, but yeah, I have a personal Twitter and Discord and PayPal and all those things. I have all those, but I don't advertise those ones. This drops the rook. Like, it takes the pawn, but it drops the rook. You got to be very careful about watching what is the threat. It's great that you see threats. It is better to play offensively than defensively, especially in lower elos, but you do need to be aware of the major threats like rook, queen takes. Similarly, because not only does it drop the rook, it also drops the queen. Okay, what was I about to look up? There was something I'm going to sack my queen back to you, so the game still stays a little interesting. This is also why my rating is a relatively low as a rapid account, because I tend to give up advantages just to keep the game interesting. What the heck? Oh, I remember where I was going. I was looking up something on Discord. I don't remember who suggested this song, but this is a very, very fun song. It's not quite matched my current vibe though, so I'm gonna skip it. No more Trippy Red. Not for now, please. It would be nice if the bot started working again, but that's not gonna happen. Oh, on Rivals, it's called Lilatch. I've been thinking about renaming it to Limelatch, just so people know it's me. Hi, Reki Saku. Saku. So this is this is one of your older accounts, Reki? Like you said, you went as by Scary, and you've also gone as Saku. So I presume this is your Saku account. Oh, heck no. Absolutely not, no face. First of all, as far as Marvel Rivals is concerned, I don't think a main is really even a thing. Like, in other words, if you're someone who only plays a single champion or a single role, then you're just going to lose a lot, because the game is literally built on being able to adapt to the game you're in, the map you're in, and what your enemy is throwing at you. And so if you only play one role, let alone one champion, you're generally going to be losing a lot. I mean, it's fine, right? Like, if you just want to play one champion, it's great for quick match. It's there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, but it's if you're going into ranked, it's going to be a little bit difficult. But all that being
Magnus Rexon.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. But as far as I am concerned, most of what I play is strategist. And the reason why I play strategist is, A, it's easier to climb on, let's be honest. But B, more importantly, it's the least played. Like, most people want to play duelist. Some people want to play tank. Strategists are just less played, and the people who play strategists play poorly. And so if you're not playing the strategist, you have people who are playing strategist just poorly. We're going to force the king into the corner and look to see if we can finish. I think it's something like this. Maybe? Trying to picture how this endgame will look. We could just push the pawn, obviously, to win as well. I mean, I main Moon Knight, Namor, Punisher for DPS. Very great choices. Great choices. Right now, we're gonna play one more. I always give a chance for everyone, at least while I'm still small enough to do so, to play both sides of the board. I am going to ignore that. I mean, I main Moon Knight, Namor, Punisher for DPS, Thing and Angela for tank. Good. And tank and Mantis, Luna for support. So you like to do damage as you're a strategist who's like, I'm the carry. You're like, I will hit the headshots, because if you're going to play Luna, if you're going to play Mantis, then you better be hitting your shots, right? Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you're the most reliable champion I have is Rocket, because Rocket is the most versatile healer. He can just do too much. A lot of people don't realize how much damage Rocket can do if you need it. How safe he is if you're dealing with dive. Like, if you're just getting murdered by dive, well, there's not a lot of characters more reliable than Rocket with dealing with dive, because he can just stand so freaking far back that the dive has to go so far just to get to him that it becomes a problem for the enemy team. But Also, your ability to climb walls and just stay off the ground is just unparalleled as far and you can res your team, like you can stay so far away from the fight. You can see a bigger, so Rocket is my fallback. I play Rocket so often just because of his just overall reliability in the game. Okay, I want to remove this. I don't want to listen to this right now. I think I've listened to enough Trippy Red for a little while. Okay, we trade. I don't mind having these doubled up pawns, especially considering the C pawn is really keeping this knight at bay currently. And my enemy has a white square bishop that has not even been developed yet. So this double up pawns doesn't concern me too much, especially with the queens off the board as well, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't even want a castle. So let's get... I guess we could just push this pawn too, if I'm being honest. Yeah, let's just move the rook over to d1. I don't want a castle. I don't want my king on the c1 square. See if we can just play a little bit provocatively. If he tries to defend with the bishop, then I'm going to counter with bishop to b5 and just kind of force him back unless he wants to disrupt his own pawn structure, which he does not. He's looking to castle, I guess, on the other side of the board. That's very good. So I'm going to play this quiet move h4 to prepare him for being over here. Okay, we're gonna trade. Is that the best way to do this? I think it is. I think I'm completely okay with this. My bishop is going to be incredibly strong if he removes his bishop off the board. Like, the white squares are wide open. This bishop is going to be very strong without his bishop there to do anything about it. He's got most of his pawns on dark squares in a very interesting format. Okay. Okay. I'm going to move here and let him have the rook. This should lead to a very fun endgame. So we're down the exchange, but we're way up in tempo. Yeah, but great ones. Moon Knight and Namor and Punisher are all very meta right now too. Very, very strong meta champions. Let's move in the knight. Let's move the knight in for a little bit of fun. We have the bishop pair. I love having the bishop pair. Puts so much pressure on them when he's back rank. I think castling was a mistake because we're in the endgame. Having the king back here is usually not that concerning, especially considering I only have one rook. I have no queen. You love this song? That's awesome. Bella Pula by Masayoshi Tanaka. Takanaka. We have someone who has come by called Takanaka Bliss. And that's what that reminds me of. All right. A couple ways to play this. I'm going to start by pushing this pawn. The knight is currently covering the d8 square. That's important. I have very active minors. See, even though I'm a piece down and my rook's out of the game, it's like there's so much pressure with these bishops. And this knight is very safe currently on the e6 square. Very annoying for my opponent to deal with. Very annoying indeed. He's like, if he can trade everything off, he'll obviously be ahead because he's up in exchange. He won rook for a bishop, but I still have, like, he's got 4 pieces, I have 4 pieces. My 4 pieces are much more active, at least for now. Takanaka, yes, Takanaka. Okay, there's got to be a tactic here. It certainly feels like there's a tactic here. Certainly feels like there is a tactic here. Let's start. Should we move here? Is that the right play? Is this the right play just to win a pawn? I don't like that play. I'm not a fan of that. We could just take, obviously. I'd rather, at least for now, just move my knight and plan to move my rook over to d1. If he forces my knight away, I have some threats happening, so I think that's okay too. Yeah, I definitely think that's okay. This is 100% fine. Maybe this was better. Maybe you could argue knight was better. But this is 100% fine. Nothing wrong with this at all. And now I'm going to put some pressure. This should allow my rook to at least lift in if I need it to. Don't need it just yet. Don't need it now, but this is the idea I have, is to attack the weak file, B file, and to and use my knight and bishop as a battering ram onto the queen side. You going to be watching the World Cup? I might, actually. I actually might be watching the World Cup. I'm trying to get more interested in sports in general, to be honest with you. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna push this pawn, I think. Yeah, supported by the knight, threatening h5 or h4. There's all kinds of pieces on the dark squares here. There's a lot of potential threat in this position. You are super excited for it? Who are you rooting for? And matter of fact, have the teams already been determined? This is a very chill song, I'll tell you what. I love this playlist in general. I really appreciate everyone who's contributed to it. Let's see. Shooing away. Obviously, to trade as possible, but I don't want to trade. And I don't see any reason to be forced to. So let's keep an eye on the knight. And this drops a pawn for free, essentially. We're also now veiled attacking the b7 pawn. His b file was already the weak file where I was planning on putting pressure anyway. And now with this committal move to a7 or a6, he can't play b6 anymore, supporting that b file, which is what I was worried about. It's Brazilian Skies. Who are they fighting? Who are they playing against? Have their opponent already been determined too? No face? Who? And furthermore, who do you think will win? Like, obviously, you're probably thinking Brazil, but what are the odds makers saying that? Who is favored to win? Who is the Brazilian Skies fighting against? I gotta know. I gotta know. Was that song called Brazilian Skies? Oh, Beleza Puglia. Is that what that means? I had no idea. I had no idea that's what that meant. Wow. I didn't know that. So, Beleza is Japanese for Brazil, I imagine. Puglia means sky, huh? I would have thought Puglia meant something completely different, but that's very cool. Without just a pawn, yeah? Okay, trade. We will trade. We will trade. Tunisian Chad is considering his options. He is weighing the cost of what he does. He's decided the pawns must be traded on e3. I respect it. He has opened up the file. And he has moved his rooks in. I'm not sure how worried I am about those rooks. But he has moved in the rooks. This is currently supported. I can always move back. And this is also here. I could also move a move like this. That is also a possibility. Let's see what we want best. Let's work this out. If takes, check, back, check, up, check, block. I think we're okay there. Are we not? Are we not just okay in that situation? It feels like we are. It feels like we're okay there. Feels like we are. Again, we could just take here or go here. We could also just take here as well. A lot of good options here. We got a lot of good options. Let's see what is our best option? What is our best option? Yeah, let's just take the pawn. Just remove that. We have a couple ways to deal with the rook infiltration. Not sure which one we'll use yet, but we'll figure that out. Very important we move to F and not E. I think this probably works just as well. We might just back up the bishop. I don't want to move the bishop back to E1, but we may have to. We may have to. Not sure. Not sure yet. We've got some tactics. We have some tactics yet to be played. Okay. Yeah, well, let's move the bishop back to block. Knight is kind of here just chilling. Everything is pretty well guarded. Everything's pretty well defended. So at the end of that, we picked up a pawn on b7. Now we've got some issues we got some questions. We got some questions for our opponent. Let's say. Let's see. No, we first play against Morocco. The album is called Brazilian Skies. Oh, the song means pure beauty. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Chess 69420. 69420. Great name. Great name, 69420. You could have been 42069, but you went 69420. I respect that. How are you doing on twitch.tv? And thank you for joining the giveaway. You do not need to be present to win. You just need to do a couple chat commands. You can get a new ticket every day. Every single day you can play. Okay, let's threaten here. Just threaten in this. Also this. So we got a couple threats happening. My opponent's starting to get low on the clock. I think if I manage to survive the next couple of moves with no major pressure, like if my opponent like lets off the gas just a little bit on his attack, I think we're going to be just fine. I think so. The double-upped rooks on this file are certainly annoying, but his knights are a little bit too far away from the action to help, which is the reason why I never wanted to trade this bishop off, because this bishop is going to be so active. I knew the white squares were going to be very active, a lot of stuff happening, and my knight is just a brick house here on f4. It is pretty much immovable. They're saying span or friends will win it all. Chess 69420. Doing the giveaway just gives you information about the giveaway, like how to enter it. You do have to actually put in another chat command to actually join the giveaway. You can earn a ticket every day. We are giving away this right here, a gift card to Steam. Has not been scratched yet, and I will be drawing it live on the 31st. You do not need to be present to win. I will give whoever wins a full week to claim the prize. And you can earn one entry every day that you stop by and join. So if you want giveaway, it is one chat command away. Well, I can certainly do this. I'm worried about if I take with a bishop, the pin. But I could just take here and trade a rook for 2 knights. That's certainly something that I can do. Or you know what? Also, I can just take a pawn. Just take the free pawn. This is currently guarded. This is still pinned. So I can always take it later. I can just always take it later. That is certainly an option. Okay. That is certainly annoying. I wasn't really looking at that either. But is there something we can do about that? Let's find out. Is there something we can do about it? We certainly have an escape square. Yeah, we have an escape square, so we're not getting mated back here. So probably better just to take the knight and just accept the fact that we're going to be chased around by these rooks a little bit. It's just going to happen. We just have to accept it. Our knight's not going anywhere, though, so we're okay. We're just a little annoyed. A little bit annoyed being chased around by these rooks. We've got a lot of pawns on this side of the board now, and my opponent is getting low on time. Tunisian Chad is playing like a Tunisian Chad, but he does have to be careful because the time is a factor. Okay. I am going to... Should I start pushing this pawn right away, or should I wait just a hair? Hard to say. Let us, yeah. No? No? Yeah. Let's throw in this check first. How about that? Let's just throw in this check first. Then we'll push. And then we'll push. This is currently guarded. I'm not too worried about those rooks on my second. I'm worried about getting this boy in. Here. Now I'm going to chase down these pawns in return. Here. My opponent needs to be a little careful. Hunt down some more pawns. Yep. But these pawns are fairly strong over here. This knight is amazing. It's ooh, good sir, good sir. Do be careful. Do be careful. Actually, I don't really want to trade, do I? I may not have a choice, though. Do I want to trade here? I kind of don't. Yeah, I guess we'll go here. And we'll just try to play on the clock. Let's move back. Just to guard everything. Here. Move the king up. This knight is just so good. It's so strong. There's ways for my opponent to deal with it, but I think he's running out of time to figure that out. Figure out what he needs to do to figure that out. Check and check. And mate. Great game. Great game, Tunisian chat. I think if you hadn't run out on time, that would have been absolutely amazing. Ben, you certainly can. The song requests are just currently, they've been changing a little bit, and the bot isn't working. But I can certainly put, whatever. Frozen, I don't know what Frozen is. Frozen sounds, I don't know which song that is. If you could be a little bit more specific, I'd be more than happy to look into that. But yes, you 100% can after Billy. Billy, would you like a game, good sir? Are you still around? Fucking Billy, are you about? Tunisian chat, great games, though. Seriously, great games. Thank you so much for them. You were definitely winning that second game. You just need a little bit more time. You used your time well. You just lost a little bit of time. You really needed, if you're curious, you really just needed to dislodge this pawn on the E square as soon as you could so you get a new queen. You kind of let me have it there. You let me keep the outpost for far too long with this. You did eventually attack it, right? But by that point, I'm already applying pressure to your king and threatening to take this pawn and get some more movement on it. But once this pawn on the E square fell, I think you would have found that a lot easier game. You eventually found the idea. You found the idea. You were attacking it here just a little late. Something like that. It sure is. It sure is. It is something like that. Okay. That's Ben. I'd be more than happy to play Ben. Billy, are you still around, though? I'm going to give you just a moment, and then I'm going to take Ben's challenge. And that'll probably take us just about to the end of the stream. I'm just going to take Ben's challenge, and we're going to play a couple games. Let us play, Ben. Good sir, Ben. Amon, if you're still around, too, I would be more than happy to play you. And I'm going to be back online later tonight as well. Okay, let's go. Our opponent is going for an early Fianchetto, so I am just going to play very provocatively. Very provocatively. Lock down the center. Okay. I'm down. I'm completely okay with that. Should I make this move first, though? Nah, I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade. Oh, he's weakening his king side. I adore that. Adore that. If he wants to open up this long diagonal for me to win a pawn, I am very happy with that as well. Chooses not to. Fair, fair. I'm going to see if I can dislodge this knight now then. What is this song? You've been watching any of the Marvel Rivals Championship Cup? I have watched no competitive Marvels. I probably should. It would probably make me a better player, but no, I haven't. Okay, he's attacking this over here. I think I can just push if I wanted to. I think that's a perfectly valid move. I could also just take, and yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And then a couple ways to do this. We'll move our queen up. This is well supported for now. For now, it's well supported. Okay, okay. Sure. Right. So now I have this beautiful diagonal, which I'm very happy about. I love this long diagonal with these weaknesses on the king side. Let's grab the open file. His bishop is still blocking down here, so I'm not worried about the triple stack. Okay. Let's see here. Couple good options. Yeah, we got a few good options here. Several good options. Several good options. I like a lot of my moves here. I've kind of have a gluttonage of choices. Okay, I'm going to push the pawn first. Just chip away at this pawn structure over here. Give my knight a square if it needs it. If he chooses to push the pawn, then there's several weaknesses that are going to be developing on my opponent's position. Down a pawn, but I'm not too upset about that. I don't think a pawn is going to determine who wins this particular game. We both have strong attacks brewing. How about you? Like, do you think that spectating Marvel Rivals is a good experience? Like, is it like there's several games, like I watch competitive League of Legends even to this day. I only watch the LCK mostly and Worlds when it comes around, but that's about it. And that is just about it for me. Okay, we'll do this. See what my opponent does. He's got a couple options. Let's see what he goes with. Okay, chooses there. Okay, now how do I want to play this? There's a few different ways to play this. I'm going to start with this move, pinning the bishop to the queen. Right, but then got a couple options here. Let's just drop back. We have a lot of pressure that's going to be coming on to the E file. Sure. Sure, of course. Shuffle our knight around. Have all kinds of interesting bets here. Here. Very interesting game. This is a very interesting game so far. Right. Couple ways to play this. Couple ways. What's the best way to proceed? So we're on this check first. think I like that. Definitely like that. Okay, interesting. All right, and then we'll take. Take. And we move in. Okay. Oh, I missed that. Great move. Great move, good sir. Here. Okay, sure. What's the best way? What is the most efficient way to do this? We'll go here. Check. Take. Really enjoying the music this morning.
I had to go because I had a big-ass wasp in my room looking for a home, and he finally flew out, so I closed a window, and now he can't get in.
Nice. Billy, if you would like the next game though, I would be happy to give you it. Oh, I can't go that way. Cool. All right. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, this song is really mellow. Let me tell you what. Goes for another queen. All right. Okay. Let's see. Billy, would you like to play a game, good sir? Okay. Which board is currently being displayed? I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure what game is being played.
How did I play?
I don't know. Let's take a look. You played like a 2000 rated player, apparently, Ben. We have a lot of people who are playing well above their stated elo. Very good game. Very, very good game. Just sack the bishop for the knight. Hell, sack the queen for the knight. Yeah, there was a lot of ways to play that one. There was certainly a lot of ways to play that one. Very fun. I'm really enjoying the music this morning, though. It's like, I don't know. We have not had for a while now. We've had so many people requesting songs, and I love that. I love that so much. But it's been a while since we've just had a chance to listen to the music that's already been put in queue, because there's so many cool people playing music. Okay, Billy has played the F1, King to F1 move. Very cool. I'm going to push this pawn and just make a couple threats. Alright, and now the bishop is going to have a hard time finding a place that is safe for him now. This is the main threat with a5. Like when you play a5, the threat is that a4 is coming. Okay. B4 certainly looks good. To be fair, I think anyone above 1113 can occasionally play. Absolutely. 100% right, No Face. 100% correct. I agree. I don't know what I'm listening to, but it does not sound like a song, so I'm going to skip it. Thanks for nothing. Slaves on dope. Very cool. If you're just joining, my name is Limelatch. I've been streaming for a little over a couple months now. We have a giveaway happening. We have song requests happening. We have a lot of cool things happening. On May 31st, we're going to be giving away a $25 Steam gift card. I love playing viewers. We're going to be doing that until pretty much the end of stream. I will be back online later this evening. I think at least for tonight and tomorrow, I just have to stop playing viewers, though, because you guys are amazing, but there's so many of you now, I don't have any time to play randoms. Just zero. I go to puzzles and I ask people if they want a game, and then we're spending so long playing games, I don't have any ability to do anything else. And I love playing you. I want to keep playing you. We're just going to have to balance it out a little bit. Like maybe do it a day on, a day off, or we're just going to have to play a little shorter time controls or something. I haven't decided, have not determined what it is, but we're probably going to have to either start playing purely Blitz and no Rapid, or we're going to have to do it every other day or something, viewer games. I don't know who requested the song, but it is Angry. Which is working because the sun is up now. The sun is up, 10:40. It's going to be a great day. I hope everyone is having a fantastic Sunday wherever you are in the world. I know I've been saying it all morning, but it's true. It is a beautiful Sunday, and I hope wherever you are in the world, you are having just the most amazing of days. It's castle. Just castle and prayer. Prepare to move everything over to this side of the board. See if we can clean up on this side. Put some pressure over here while all the pieces are kind of just chilling over in a big clump. We have a scrum. Does anyone watch rugby? We have developed a scrum, ladies and gentlemen. I think that just drops. Does it not? Does that not just drop that pawn? I think you are missing a defender. I think you needed one more defender on the G4 square before you push G4. Thank you so much, Billy, for joining the giveaway, by the way. Really appreciate that. Oh, I see what you're doing, but I'm not going to take with the bishop. Oh, no, no. No, 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 no. I'm going to take the knight with the knight here instead. You can have that pawn. You can have that. That's okay. I'll get that pawn back. So I'll either win this pawn back on the exchange, or I'll take this pawn back over here and attack the queen. Both good. Both good choices. See, so we were playing Billy currently. We played Ben. That was fun. Great game, Ben. Amon, if you're still around, I'd still love to play you. Suzuya, I'm so sorry I missed you earlier. There's just so many people to play. We're really going to probably have to switch to just Blitz games, I think. I don't know. What would y'all prefer? Like, the people that are still here, would you rather we just play Blitz for viewers so we can get through it faster, or just do viewer games like every other stream? So it's like one day we just don't do any viewer games. We play Blitz, we play Bullet, we do our normal, the thing. So a certain level of normalcy with things like content, for example, can happen. Or okay, I'm just gonna take the rook, and or do you think we should just play shorter games, like insist that people play 5 minutes or less? There's definitely some merit in doing both, but there's so many cool people who have been coming by. It still blows my mind that amazing people like Billy and No Face and Ben and let's see, who else do we play? We played Tunisian Chad and we played Reki and Ants and Shin has come by, and we're playing all these cool games. Shin and I actually played Blitz today, and that was fun. That was really fun. I just don't. I'd like it if people were free just to play Rapid, because you get better playing Rapid. You really do. But Rapid takes so long. It takes so long. Like, just playing Billy in the last 20 minutes of this the stream is going to take up the rest of the stream. And I'm fine with that. I got no problem with that. But it's not leaving any time for anything else. And I just want to keep playing you guys. I'm so happy to play everyone that comes by. This song was one of the few songs that was on the playlist before I ever went live. It was a song recommendation by a great friend of mine who came by and who has been recommending me songs for a couple years, really. And I just populated the playlist with a few songs from their recommendations, and then we went live. I really enjoy streaming. The technical aspect, I'm not sure you noticed, Ben, but we have banners now below our page, small improvement. We've got payment processing. We have bits, so now you can earn limes. So now the channel points aren't, instead of being channel points, they're just called limes. We have all these cool additions that are happening on the stream. And it's that part of it. It's the video editing. It's the whole thing. The only thing I'm having a hard time enjoying right now is showing everyone some individualized attention. Does that make sense? Like, I want to tell every single person I come across, yes, let's play a game, let's do this, let's do that. But at the same time, it's like that means I don't have time to do other things that I'd like to do that I think are fun and that I think would be enjoyable. And, some people want to see more dynamic play. They want to say play Bullet, but what I've been getting into the habit of doing is playing a lot of long matches against viewers. And so, like, I love Billy. I love playing Billy, but this is a 2 10-minute games can take the better part of an hour. You know what I mean? So it's just being able to find all the time necessary to make, just to do everything. I 100% have. I don't think, great game, Billy. I'm going to hit you a rematch. Let's play one more. I'd love to give you a chance to play both sides of the board. I'm going to play an E4 opening this time. There's a lot of things I've been thinking about, Ben, about doing. I feel like we should do Bullet. There's a lot of people who come here and play, though, like Billy, though, who shouldn't be playing Bullet. Billy needs to play Rapid. 5-0 would be some benefit, but if Billy wants to get better, Billy should not be playing Bullet. He should be playing Rapid. And I want to play Billy. Does that make sense? Like, so what I think the best thing we should do for now is either do viewer games every other stream, or we just play on lower time controls, or, just like, if it's a 10-minute game, I don't mind playing 10-minute games, but maybe just limit that to 1. Because, again, if I use all my time and Billy uses all his time, that's 20 minutes. That's 1/3 of an hour gone. And I only stream for 4 hours, and there's so many cool people. I didn't expect this. I really didn't. I knew at some point, if I was a successful streamer, there would be too many people coming around, right? I couldn't just play everyone individually. Like, Hikaru Nakamura has, like, just on his low, like, when he was streaming 3-0 Thursday, he had like 4,000 people watching him. Obviously, he can't, anyone that comes by and says, hey, I want to play a game, obviously he can't do that, right? And I'm not expecting to be that big ever, but at some point, if I have a couple dozen viewers, 100 viewers, 1,000 viewers, like, if that ever did happen, I'm not going to be able to do this. And so I wanted to be able to do this for as long as I could, but amazing people like you, No Face, amazing people like Ben, amazing people like Billy and Suzuya. Suzuya wanted to show me a blunder earlier today, and I should have made time for that. A matter of fact, I'm going to write that down, in fact. So Suzuya blunder. I'm going to make time for that, because if I see Suzuya again, I'm going to say immediately, I'm going to drop what I'm doing and say, I want to see that, right? But I really enjoy streaming. I just never imagined that after just 2 months of streaming, I'd have so many people who would be, wanting to show me their games, wanting to play a game, Like, because when I'm offline, No Face, it's like when someone like you, who I just randomly come across while I'm just playing offline, I start playing a Bullet game, and it's like, it's fun, they're interesting, they hit the rematch button, so I hit the rematch button, and I could just play for a couple hours just playing Bullet against one person, you know what I mean? But now there's so many cool people, so many cool viewers, I just don't have the ability to do that. I'd love to, but I can't stream 12 hours a day either, And all the while, it's like I'm uploading shorts and I'm improving the things. Like, I really feel like I would have the channel points up sooner had I expected so many cool people to drop by. But it really kind of caught me off guard. I'm going to castle, because I am 100% going to shift my focus to the king side of the map. And of the king side of the board. And start trying to press an advantage over there. So let's drop back our knight and plan to play b4 next. Should be well supported. I don't think there's any way to stop that. I mean, he could push the pawn, but then he immediately weakens that side of that part of the board quite heavily. If takes with pawn, the bishop is getting a major outpost here. If takes with a knight, then we still have b4 coming. Okay. Chooses to do neither, and so now I'm just going to take another pawn. So now I'm just up a pawn cleanly in the opening. Logical. Now we're going to continue with the plan and play b4. We have 1, 2 defenders against 1, 2 attackers, so we are safe. We are perfectly safe there. We just have to make sure we take with a knight first if the pawn comes in, so we don't drop the a4 pawn. All right, let's pry it open. Let's open up that file. We're going to create a nice little outpost for our bishop, and our rook is eventually going to come over. One of our rooks is coming over to the b1 square. I'm not sure which yet. Okay, got some trades happening. I'm happy to trade. I'm a pawn up. Generally speaking, I've said this many times, people certainly have heard this advice before. If you're down material, you don't want to trade if you can avoid it. Let's move this up. Planning to play here. Planning to fortify everything. Maybe this was a little premature, but that's okay. I think my opponent might have had a tactic there. Let's protect the a-pawn, support it by moving the knight up and finding a nice little outpost on the b4 square. Probably wasn't the most... I'm probably not playing this real precise, but it's close enough. It's good enough. Okay, the queen is trying to do something over here, but with the bishop still blocked. I'm not too worried about it just yet. Not just yet. Okay. We're going to attack the bishop. We have a little tactic here. I'm not going to say it out loud just in case Billy is listening. We have a little tactic here that might just work out. Might. We'll see. We're still planning to shift most of our attack to the queen side and kind of just support the extra pawn we have over here. It's a great move. I'm going to push this pawn, though, to offer some more trades. Bring my knight up if it needs to be. Offer some trades. I'm playing some bullet right now. Good for you. How are you doing? You played very well, No Face. You move very fast indeed. I'm just going to take that. That looks like a free pawn to me. That looks like a free knight to me. That looks like a free knight to me. I could be wrong. But I think that's a free knight. The instruction here is that, okay. Wait a minute. Okay, moves the queen. Sees that he wanted to avoid the fork. Very smart, very smart. There's a couple ways to deal with this. I think this is the cleanest. Is that the cleanest? Is that the cleanest way to play that? It could be this. It could simply be this. All the dark squares are covered. Yeah, let's just push the pawn. We have rook e1 coming as well. Yeah, maybe I think rook e1 was actually much more clean than f4. I don't think f4 was the right move there. I don't think rook f4 is the right move. We do thankfully have this revealing attack on the king if they do try to shove away or protect. So cannot move the f pawn. Logical. I'm going to kick this queen away now, though. I don't like that queen there. Not one bit. Not one bit. Because we're a couple pawns, we're a minor now. Now we're a knight and pawns up. We're just going to try our darndest, our absolute darn tootinest to just trade everything off and get into the endgame now. Celebrate. I wonder who recommended that song. There's so many songs in this playlist. There's over 1,200 songs in this playlist. That is so cool to me. Did our bot ever fix itself either? No, it didn't. No, it did not. No, it did not. I'll try to reset that before I come back online. This is going to be the last game of the stream. when I come back this evening, we're only going to be playing. We're going to be starting with the puzzles, but then it's only Bullet and Blitz. That's it. That's all we're doing this evening when I come back. Okay, I think I'll just trade. I really want to sack the knight on f7. I just don't think it works. I just don't think it works. I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it. I just don't think it does anything. I don't think it works. I don't think that works.
Latvia just scored against England in hockey.
Latvia just scored against England in hockey. Latvia nor England seems a place to me that should be playing hockey. Am I weird in saying that? It doesn't seem like Latvia or England is a country I would associate with the game of hockey much. Let's attack the bishop with the pawn. So use our pawn as attackers now. We're moving from defense to attack. The queens are off the board. I do not care that my king's exposed. I'm a full knight up. I just want to trade everything off.
We won America 2 times, 1 time 1-2 medal against America.
You did what? 2 times? 2 medals? You won? Okay, we won America 2 times. What? Wait. You beat America 2 times? Is that what you mean? Or did you win like a world championship against America? What did you do? What did you do? Okay. Okay. There's got to be a better way to get these pieces off the board. There's got to be a better way to go about this. Let's start by attacking the rook, fortifying the pawn, and trapping and putting this jerk in jail. Then I think we're gonna find an easy way to fork or force, like, in order to prevent a fork, force a pawn off the board or a piece off the board. Okay. Just had an intro. What was that? General Zod. Oh, we have an ad break happening. I do apologize for the ads. America 2 times, 1 time against America won that match and 1/3. Well, who won the championship though? See, when I think ice hockey, tell me if I'm wrong. When I think ice hockey, I think Russia. I think Canada. I think I don't know. Who else? Like, really, they're the top of the... It's kind of weird now that I'm thinking about it. The 2 countries that are all the way... No. Finland, Norway, Iceland, Sweden. These are countries I think should be good at ice hockey. Is that wrong of me? Is it wrong of me to think that those are the countries that should be good at ice hockey? Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. So now I think I'm going to be able to force at least this bishop off the board. That's so silly. I'm sorry. It's like, I get that there's a war happening. I get you want to punish people, but it's not the ice hockey players' fault. Just like in chess, it's not the chess players' fault that their country is involved in a war. And more importantly, it's like you had the Berlin Olympics when Adolf Hitler was in power, and we sent Jesse Owens and a team to compete in the Olympics, you know? Yep. Let's hunt some pieces down. If my opponent works too hard to play defensive, then everything will fall apart otherwise. Because while all his pieces are out to lunch, I am going to start my own attack then. And his rook and his bishops are, if they're just playing too defensive, then it might be a hard time to defend. We shall see. We shall see.
How
Billy-
big is your penis?
Mine? I've never measured. I have to think about that one. Big enough. I've yet to hear any complaints. I can honestly say I've never had a single complaint. Okay. Here. Ooh, interesting. I can certainly get a piece off the board now, but I'd rather do it with this. I'd rather trade the rooks off. Get this attack going. We can trade off the bishops later. Now all the pieces are coming off the board. And I've got this move as well if I want it. This check is a possibility. Ooh, interesting. What's the best way to go about this? I think we bring in our knight. I think we have a mating attack now. I think there's a mating run here somewhere. Maybe. Because now he can't retreat back to the h7 square. Because of checkmate in the corner. Billy! Amazing games. 2 great games. You defended so well at the end of that. We defended so incredibly well. Thank you, everyone. It is the official end of stream. We're actually a minute past. I'm going to try very hard not to go over time anymore because there's so many cool people that happen, but it is affecting my ability to make good content for you guys out of stream. I went and I did 2 extra hours yesterday. It's really kind of wiped me out.
I mean, I'm not that great.
You played great, especially for your ELO, especially for your rating. You did
Why?
amazing, Billy. You played incredibly well. Just as a reminder to everyone, I'm going to be back online tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be going for another 4 hours. We're going to be playing we're going to be starting with puzzles, then Blitz and Bullet. Nothing but. Like randoms. I need to play some. I'll be posting a new short here in a little bit. So if you do like shorts, follow me on my socials. They're there in chat if you want to see them. I'd like to do some more morning streams. I hope everyone is having a wonderful weekend. We always try to keep Song Quest open, and we always try to play people and have a good time. I hope everyone has an amazing week coming up and has an amazing and finishes their weekend off strong. I'm Limelatch, and I will see you later.